This conference will now be recorded.
Hey, Tam.
Good morning, everyone. Screen and audio both are fine or not? Please confirm online.
Fine, sir.
Fine, sir.
It's
So
fine, sir.
this is
Fine, sir.
okay. Okay,
Fine,
thank
sir.
you. Okay, thank you. Is so this is the demo session for physical design, right? So I just to start with the demo session, if I need to start, I just need to know like how many are fresh graduates, and can you just tell me how many are fresh graduates? 2025 all? Okay. 24,
Uh, sir,
23.
25.
Okay. So
24,
online
sir.
you can mention in chat box also. We have chat box here. Okay. Good. So okay. Okay. Fine, fine. So I think most of you are from 2025, right? Good. So
Yes, sir.
this is the physical design demo session, right? Here we are going to know few things, right? About what is physical design, right? First of all, what is VLSI? What is physical design, right? And what will be the course structure? Okay. So what will be the course structure? What will be the topics covered in this course duration, right? And how we are going to give you placement support and we will also support you in interview preparation. So I will also give here little bit briefing about chip designing and chip fabrication, right? And what is ASIC design flow, and what are all advanced design concepts. So just I will give you demo on that, on briefing on that, right? So it will be of total approximately 6 months, where 2.5 months will be given for basics and fundamentals development, right? Next 4 months will be completely dedicated, focused on 4 months for your advanced sessions, right? So the 2.5 months, like basics, what are all basics and fundamentals required to understand PD advanced session, those all topics will be covered. Like what? Like digital, right? Digital system design. You might have learned digital system design in your college days, right? So how many of you know HDL language, or you have studied CMOS in your graduation? CMOS you
Yes,
have
sir.
studied, right? I think many of you, almost all, right? So in your basics and fundamentals, CMOS sessions will also be there, and digital system design will also be there, right? These two are the main fundamental subjects which will be available in your basics, right? So in the PD basics, we will have digital basics covered, digital system design basics covered, GVIM basics. You know what is GVIM? GVIM is nothing but a text editor, right? So like you use Notepad. So whatever we write text, and it is just a text storage where you can edit text in some efficient way. So GVIM text editor also, yes, correct, Ravi. So it is a GVIM text editor. So next, Unix and Linux commands, we will also make you familiar with Linux and Unix commands, right? What is Linux? It is an operating system, right? Like we have Windows, similarly we have Linux also. What is the difference here between Linux and Windows? So in Linux,
For only specific application.
Linux kernel is an open source. Anyone can use that kernel and they can modify and customize the OS, right? Both are OS, but only difference is Microsoft Windows is completely licensed, right? You cannot use the kernel or the main source code of Microsoft Windows, whereas Linux kernel or the source code is available in open source. You can use and you can customize it. Like uh, there is Ubuntu, right? You know Ubuntu, you might have used it. Is a it is open source. They have used the open source code for Linux, and they have developed and customized according to them. Similarly, we have licensed OS like what? Red Hat, CentOS. These are all licensed, so you cannot just use it, right? So you will so in industry, almost each and every company are working on Linux environment only. So it is very much necessary that you should be good in Linux command also, because all the environments, servers, and your projects, you will be working on Linux environment. So that also we will teach you here, right? Next is TCL basics. So what is TCL basics? It is a tool command language. It is a scripting language. It is a scripting language. So what is script, right? Suppose you want to do a routine job. There is a routine task given to you, and you don't want every time to write commands and do same similar type of task. So what you can do, you can write one script language and you can source it multiple times. It will run the same task, right? That is the advantage of what? Scripting language. It will help us in routine task. So in VLSI also, in physical design also, there will be lot of such tasks which will be routine task. So TCL will be helpful in that programs, right? So next is CMOS basics. So we will also cover here CMOS basics. CMOS basics is very much important if you are going for the physical design. Digital and CMOS is must, as when we talk about subject knowledge or your conceptual knowledge. So this is the base, or this is the foundation of what? Physical design or VLSI also. You learn any subject in VLSI. So this is the foundation block of VLSI, digital and CMOS. So then we will also cover physical design basics. This is not the advanced, but this is the basic. We will cover all basic terminologies required to understand for physical design. We'll go through PD flow briefly, like what are there, what are the things which we are going to learn in physical design, what is the PD flow. So we'll just give a briefing of 1 week on PD basics before we enter into more advanced session, right? If we send you to directly to PD advanced session, so there are a lot of advanced topic which you might not understand, right? So this will be helpful to start PD advanced session. So this all basic topics will be covered 2 to 2.5 months, right? Sometimes it will go for a long session, because it depends on how you respond also in class. If you are very active and fast learner and fast grasping, of course it will take less time to cover basics. But of course we will match the frequency with the batch we are having here, right? If the batch is, let's say there are more people, they require more time to understand basics. So in that case it may extend to 2.5 months. Okay, it will always go with the batch frequency and the requirement they need, right? Next is, so what will be the class timing? So your classes will be from Monday to Saturday in weekdays, and in weekends we will have Saturday and Sunday, right? So sometimes, mostly we will give, right, Friday we will give holiday, but Saturday Sunday you will have theoretical classes, and Monday to Thursday you will have lab sessions if you are in PD advanced sessions, right? So what are the learning resources we will give you? So each and every session will be recorded, right? That is the first thing. due to some reason or some emergency or some genuine case, you might miss some sessions, right? It is quite possible. So in that case, you have a backup, that is recorded session for that particular class. You can just review those sessions again, right? Whenever you get time. So live recorded videos will be available, and pre-recorded videos will also available, right? Both will be available to you for your access. Apart from these learning resources, we will also provide printed notes, printed materials, where you will find all theoretical notes related to digital, CMOS, and PD advanced topics. So that something, if you miss in class and you want to read the theoretical note, that is also available in printed form with a complete diagram, and we will have lot of set of questions in the end of that material also for your practice. Okay. So this is about basics, what we are going to cover. Any questions here in PD basics? What things? So this is the basic which is required to understand VLSI or PD advanced. So in PD advanced, so once your basics are completed, right? So we will move to PD advanced sessions. So always be sure that if you are struggling at any point of session, right? If suppose you are not understanding any PD basic session, suppose CMOS is there or digital is there, you're not understanding CMOS session. So you can immediately tell us, right? We will be always there to support you in that subject, right? So of course, there will be some people, they are not fast learner, they need some extra support. So we are also ready to give you one-on-one support. We are also ready to give you some additional classes also, so that you can get revision on that subject, because you are not able to match up with the other students. So that help or that support will also be provided to you at any point of session, right? So that is about PD basics. So one more thing before going towards PD advanced, PD PD basics is must, right? Don't think that you know it or you don't need to attend. Be regular in sessions in PD basics, because if you directly jump to PD advanced, if you are not clear with PD basics, you will struggle a lot in PD advanced, right? So make sure you attend all session without a miss. So next is PD advanced session, right? So next we will move towards PD advanced after 2.5 months. So in PD advanced session, so we will have all topics related to physical design, right? That the tools which we are going to use here are licensed tool from Synopsys, that is called as ICC2, right? Prime time for STA, and for synthesis we are going to use design compiler. Okay. And from Cadence, we also have licensed Cadence tool, that is Genus, Innovus, Tempus, and PVS. All these tools are called as what? What type of tools? These are called as EDA tools, right? So we have different tools. So what is EDA tool? Yes, it is a electronic design automation tool which help us to design what? Chips, right? Chips in which scale? Nano scale, micro scale. Okay. So but thing is, in this course we are not going to cover, in this 4-month PD advance, we are not going to cover both the tools, because it is not sufficient enough, right? So for 4 months you will have Synopsys guidance, complete project will be on Synopsys ICC tool, right? And Cadence Innovus tool or Cadence support or Cadence tool, that will also be given to you, provided that that is the additional thing. So we will take additional 2 months. We will give additional 2 months to you, or 1.5 months to you. So for that, of course, there will be some additional pay which you have to give, right? So it will be not covering with the regular session. If you want both Synopsys and Cadence, so then you have to then it will be not be 6 months. It will be more than 6 months, around 7 to 8 months, right? Mostly 8 months. Plus you have to pay little extra fees for that extra Cadence tool. because it is both are what licensed tool, right? But it is not like
How much will be the, sir, how much will be the fees for Cadence tool?
so additionally you have to pay 10K extra here for if you want to learn Innovus. But thing is, it doesn't matter if you learn Innovus or not. Right now, in this stage, as a beginner, you should be focusing on what? Learning and conceptual understanding. Tool is nothing but the medium to what? Design project, understand the skill, and develop that skill. That is called as EDA based skills, right? Secondly, secondly, so secondly, it is not like you didn't learn Innovus, right? If you have learned synopsis, that is also sufficient enough to get the job, right? Because the tool wise both are almost same. There is no big difference here. So synopsis is also EDA tool. Whatever you are going to do in synopsis ICC2, whatever design you are going to build, same thing we are going to do in Innovus also. But only thing, what is the difference here between these two tools? Only some features, right? And some buttons features, some additional feature, maybe some less feature. And the difference here will be related to command. If I need to get the information about cells, so I will do get flat cells in Innovus, right? So ICC2, in that tool I will use that command get flat cells. Similarly in Innovus also we have that command to get the number of cells and name of those cells. But what will happen? Instead of get flat cell, maybe writing way will be different. So it will be like get cells, right? So different command will be there. That's all. So difference will be with that respect. Just give me a minute. Yes. So PD advanced classes will be on weekdays from Monday to Thursday. Friday you will have holiday. So from Monday to Thursday you will have lab sessions, right? And Saturday and Sunday we will have theory session. So timing wise here we have flexibility. So usually we'll follow 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. for labs and 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. another batch, right? We have two slots. Similarly, in weekends also, we will have one morning session and one afternoon session, and timing is always flexible, right? Based upon your choices and based upon other batches timing also, your timing will be scheduled accordingly, right? And weekend for so there will be people who are working also, they need weekend support. They will be always available on weekends but not on weekdays. So for them, timing will be for lab session will be in afternoon, and morning session will be theoretical session for weekend batch. So those who are opting, those who are working people, or those who want weekend batch, so this kind of model also we have here, right? So you can opt for weekdays or regular batches or weekend session if you are not able to attend weekend batches, right? So this is the PD advanced structure which we are going to follow for 4 months. So thing is, there is no difference. There is no much difference in tool. Tool is just a medium, like I told you, Linux and Windows operating system, right? What is the difference here? Both are operating system. In both, you are doing the same operation or not, or whether different operation. Same operation, right? Whatever you want to open any Microsoft Word or Excel sheet, every task can be done in both the operating system. Only what is the difference? The interface is different. Features are different. Only those differences are there. So if you concentrate and focus on only one tool, that is that will help you to understand and expertise in one tool first. Then you can go to another tool also if you are confident enough to learn, right? So regarding fees or any support, you can just check, right? We can check in the reception also. You can check about more if you want to know more about tools, right? So So regarding placement support and interview preparation, so this support will be given, like 100% support will be given to you till you get a job, right? So complete placement support and we will also help you in interview preparations. So there will be regular test and assignments will be given to you, right? So test, like there will be some test in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, or sometimes monthly there will be one test. So that the test is for both cases. One case is where you can evaluate yourself, how much I am understanding the subject. Second case is it is understandable to, means we can also understand that how much you are understanding and how you are performing. So we will have continuous test. In the end of all this session, your performance will be evaluated. So based upon your performance only, the job support, we are going to give you the job support. Of course, those who are very sincere and regular, attending all the sessions, first thing. Second, completing all the test with good score. And third, completing all the assignment and submitting it on time. Right? If you cover all these three aspects, that person is going to get the job 100%. Right? So you will also have continuous mock interviews with sessions, with the assignments and tests. We will also have mock interviews, continuous mock interviews. All those mock interviews you should attend sincerely. You should not miss any mock interviews also, right? So why mock interviews are important? Because it will help you to understand how good you are in communication and how good you are in answering the question and how you are going to tackle the interview. So it is for you that you evaluate and improve in your mock interviews. After each mock interviews, we'll be providing you feedbacks also, like where you lag, what are your mistakes, how you should improve it, right? How to answer questions. These all guidance will be given to you in mock interviews support, right? So we will have a dedicated mentor here for mock interview and soft skill development, right? They will help you. So interview preparation sessions will be separate. Apart from this, not only mock interviews, we will also give you interview preparation sessions where we will help you in resume building, right? So first thing, if you want to get a job, the first hurdle is what? Resume. That is the first filter. If you are not preparing your resume in a right way with the right format, then your resume itself will go unselected, right? It will get rejected there itself. So the first thing is resume building, which should be correct in correct format. What are the things, what are the contents which needs to be added in resume with respect to your role, right? So that is physical design. So what are the points should be mentioned, what are the projects should be mentioned, all the support will be given here in resume building. Plus soft skill development sessions will also given to you. There will be one dedicated soft skill trainer for you, right? So what they are going to tell you, they are going to make you prepare in your communication, answering the question, and different aspects like how to what should be your body language, right? What should be your answering way of answering the question, and how you should communicate in English. All those things will be all those topics will be taken there in soft skill session if you are weak in soft skill, right? So the continuous soft skill session will be there, right? It's not like there will be one session in 1 month. So you will be provided with continuous soft skill session. Any question here? So
No,
what
sir.
will be the
Sir,
process?
hello, sir.
Yes. Yes, please tell me.
Sir, can you please differentiate with it in front end design and verification? What are the tools in front end side will be used and in PD side will be used? Can you please elaborate, please, sir,
Yes,
once?
sir. I will come to the technical part also. I will make you understand that what is the difference here. Right. First, let me cover
Okay,
all what
okay,
are
sir.
the course structure we are following here and how we are going to get the job in physical design. Right. That part also I will
Okay, sir.
cover.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, Rakesh, test will be for both. Yes, test will be in both modes, online and offline modes. So, test will be for both cases. If you are online student, test will be provided to you also and for offline student also. Will we have access both tools during course? So, first of all, you will be given with the Synopsys ICC2 access, and later on depends on you. Like if you requested for the second option also, that is also provided, right? That you have to check with the management team, right? Will we get
Yes, sir.
recorded videos of lab session? Yes, lab session will also be get recorded on live classes, right? That also will be provided to you on same day. By evening or by night, that session will also get recorded for that particular day. For weekend batches, lab sessions. Yes, for weekend batches, lab session will be there on the same day. So you will have batches on Saturday, Sunday. Morning session will be given to you for theory, and for afternoon, there will be lab session for you. What will be the timing for weekend classes? So morning 9 to 12 or 10 to 1, there will be one session for theory, right? And in afternoon, you will have lab, some 2 to 5, right?
Sir, for class and lab, both for both recorded session will be provided to us.
Yes, yes. For theoretical classes, PD advanced classes or basic classes, for all each and every session which is taken here in this institute, all will be recorded and given to you on the same day by
Okay.
night. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So what about like weekend classes? For that one, basics and advanced, it will be conducted on offline.
So offline, so for weekend batches, offline, online mode, both are available. Not only for weekend batches, weekdays or weekend. So we have both option open. So people who are in Bangalore, who are near to institute, you can come attend offline sessions, right? They can come in weekend also. But for weekdays, your lab session will be on Monday to Thursday. For weekend batches, lab session will be on Saturday and Sunday in afternoon only. Morning session will be for theory. Both online, offline modes are available.
For both classes, right? Right, sir, for basics and also advanced.
Correct. For basic and advanced, both option will be there, online and offline. You
Okay.
can choose according to your need.
Okay.
How many months tool access will be given to you to our laptop? So the tool access will be there with you till your course ends, right? So we will give, sometimes we'll give 15 days extra after course end also. If a course is completed, we'll give additional 15 days for your practice, because sometimes what will happen, some people will not able to complete the project in time. So we'll give some additional time for them also in that aspect. Will the study materials will be available in PDF format? So in PDF format, it will not be available. We will not give the PDF format. So the soft copy will be available in the VLSI Guru's website. If you want to access the soft copy of VLSI, the material PD notes, so that you can access from website also, if you don't want to read from hard copy. Soft skill training and resume building also for on. Yes, so all session, what I'm telling, whether it is soft skill session or PD basic session or PD advanced session, All the sessions will be available in online and offline, and all these sessions will be recorded. Okay. Test will be for both this. Okay. Do I have 24/7 lab access? Yes, you will. So the Synopsys tool license we will give you, right? The access for that will be 24/7. It's not like you have a slot and this from this time to this time. So 24 hours will be there for 7 days. You will have the access on license ICC tool.
Sir, soft copy will be downloaded for paid student or it will be free for all?
What is that? Can you repeat?
Sir, soft copy will be downloaded only for paid student or it will be free for all?
It is in VLSI Guru website. It is for paid student and it is not downloadable. So if you want to access soft copy, you can visit in website and read it. Right?
Okay,
And
sir.
if you
Thank you.
want the hard copy, so you have to be joining the course for that. So even if you are in
Okay.
online mode, even if you are in remote area, not in Bangalore, so hard copy will be posted to you at your location. Okay.
After registration, successfully registration, then hard copy will be sent to our location.
Yes, after joining the course, you will get the materials also. And whatever
Okay, sir.
support
Thank you.
required, that will be provided.
Okay, sir.
And companies offering and minimum package to maximum package, what will be?
Yes, those points also I will cover, right? So those are there. So let us, yes. There is no time limit for using the tool. You can use 24 hours in a day. You can use 1 hour in a day also. Both options are there. So there is no time
Sir, the
limit.
tools, sir, the tools is licensed tool or it will be free EDA tool?
It is a Synopsys ICC2 which is licensed, right? You will not find ICC2 tool free of cost in market, right?
Okay, okay, sir.
So you have to
Sir, it
purchase,
will be
means
stay.
you don't have to purchase. We have the licenses which we will provide to you.
Okay, sir. Sir, it will be stay lifelong with us
It
or
will
some
be
duration is there? Sir,
the
it will be stay with
duration.
lifelong, na?
No, it will not be there for lifelong. It will be there till the course ends, right? So our course is 6 months, suppose. So for 6 months you
Okay.
will have the access, right? Or and suppose we have so it will start from your PD advanced session. Suppose you need some extra time, 15 days extra you need for practice. So that extra time will be given to you for practice, because license cannot be given for a person for a lifelong, because licenses are limited, because next batch will be
Okay,
coming
sir.
and we have to provide licenses to them. Same license cannot be given to two persons here. Got it?
Okay, sir. Sir, I have a request, sir. Sir, after that, after course, sir, how we will practice, sir? If we will need, sir.
How we will practice
Will
means?
you, sir, after course, like some codes are there, na some code and some things is there. So how will practice, sir? If tools will be not available with us.
See, once your course completed, so support will be always given to you. If you require any kind of extra support, once your course completed also, let's say you need tool support. The tool support will be given to you. Let's say you need some revision class on some subject. So that revision
Okay.
classes will also given to you, extra classes. If you didn't understood any topic, any stage,
Okay,
so that revision support will also given to you. Okay?
okay,
Clear?
sir. Okay. Sir, another question, sir. Last question on my side. Sir, I am 2013 pass out. I have around 6 years of experience in electrical maintenance and electrical design. From 2020 onwards, I didn't well placed anywhere. I'm doing lectureship in a government polytechnic college in Odisha. Sir, for me, any placement process is there, na?
Yes, there is no issue here. I will cover that point also in later slides, sir. Don't worry.
Okay, sir.
So I'll
Thank you, sir.
cover that also regarding placement and regarding your gap or regarding if you're fresher, how it will go. I will cover that topic also.
Sir,
Okay,
hello.
thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir. What is the difference between physical design and design verification?
Yes, yes. As I told, so one guy has already asked this front end and back end. I'll explain that. After the course completion, how long we can able to access the tools and revision videos. So after course completes, you might be given 15 days extra to practice. There is no special cost. It will be free of cost.
The number of companies that approaches us.
Recorded session will be after course. Recorded session will be given for extra 15 days or extra 30 days, right? That will be available to you. Yes, I will take. I will give you another few 5-10 minutes to take all your question, right? So let me continue with what I was explaining, right?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
From where there is. Yes, of course, laptop will be required if you are attending offline session or online session because the tool access will be given to you and you are going to access through what? Laptop only, right? So what will be the placement process we are going to have here? So first step is that you complete the course regularly. Each and every session you should attend without miss, no matter what, right? You should be dedicatedly focused on VLSI or physical design subject because it is not like other domain or other industry. It requires lot of effort and lot of hard work also from your side. It is not like if it is not like one way, right? It is a uh, two-way understanding. If trainer is going to teach you something, so they are expecting something from you also. What is that? If some assignment is given, lab assignments or any task based assignment or any theoretical assignment, that you should be completing in stipulated time, the time which is given to you. Next step is clear all your internal test. So you will have lot of internal test, main test, final test will be there. So those tests you should be performing very well, right? Second is mock interviews. There will be multiple mock interviews given to you for your preparation. Those mock interviews you should performing well, right? And the score which is given to you on those mock interviews will be recorded in the end of course, and based upon that you will be provided with the job. So definitely those who are completing, right? And after that we will have technical interview preparation sessions also, okay? And the final step will be appear for interviews, which will be the real interview with hiring partners, okay? So here I will make it very clear that the person who does all this, attends each and every session without miss, completes all his assignments, completes all his tests with good marks, and attends all mock interviews with good score, right? So people will be avoiding mock interviews usually because they are not prepared. They will say, I'm not prepared, so make it next week, make it next week. So I will tell you that don't bring that situation because there is a competition, right? So you have to be competitive in nature. If you skip that mock interview, then your opportunity is moving 1 week, 2 week back, right? It is getting later. So you should not skip any mock interview. At least you should attend it so that you should know where I am lacking, which questions I am not able to answer, whether it is communication or confidence, what is there, you can understand that. Based upon that, then only we can give you what help, right? Or support needed to you. If we are not, and we should also understand like where you are lagging, right? So unless and until we understand where you are lagging, we cannot provide support in that sector also. So please attend all mock interviews. So those people who are attending all these course, lab assignment, test and mock interviews and attending interview preparation, so definitely that person will get the job. There is no question in that. So I have taught many batches here, and I have seen in there are a lot of students from my batch. those who have got job, and I've seen this common general trait that those person who is following all this, he will definitely get job in the end of sessions, in the end of course. So this is from my experience, which I have seen from my last batches. I have seen those students also who are not regular in session, who are not completing their assignments on time, who are not giving tests, who are avoiding mock interviews. Those people are struggling in getting job. They are also getting job, but thing is they realize this later stage. Once course is completing, they will come to realize that we should be taking this seriously. So they need some extra time. Maybe, of course, they are also getting job, but after 2 months, after more 3 months, after 5 months, right? So be very clear on this. So if you are regular, sincere, following all these things, definitely you will get a job, right? So let us
Sir, I have
discuss
one
some.
doubt, sir.
Hmm. What is that?
Sir, I have one doubt, sir.
What you are telling? It's not clear.
Sir, present I am doing job. Can I take online coaching possible or not, sir?
Online, yes, online is possible. Like I said, both online and offline modes are available. If you are okay with online mode, you can opt for online mode. If you are okay with offline mode, you have to come here in institute for offline classes. Usually I will prefer that
Which
if
is best,
you
sir?
are
With
if you are here in Bangalore, staying here near to institute, you should attend offline classes.
okay, sir.
But both options are there. Based upon your requirement, your need, you can choose any one of these. So let us discuss here chip fabrication and chip design, right? So what is chip fabrication and what is chip design? When we say a chip is nothing but a circuit design, right? So when we say a chip, it has a circuit design which is in a micro scale or nano scale. What does micro scale or nano scale means? It is in micrometers or nanometer. If I ask you what is the size of coronavirus, right? You might have seen COVID, so you might have listened about this coronavirus, right? What is the size of coronavirus? It is less than 20 nanometer, 200 some sorry, it is less than 150 nanometer, 120 nanometer. Okay, so it is very less. But on what scale we are designing circuits? On what scale we are designing circuits? In which scale? Do you know in which scale currently we are working on in industry? We are working on 3 nanometer, 2 nanometer circuits. Yes, correct, Praveen. So we are working in 2, 3 nanometer circuits, right? But here in our institute, we'll be working on 14 nanometer projects and 28 nanometer project, right? So the project guidance which will be given to you will be on 28 nanometer and 14 nanometer. Now, if I say 14 nanometer, 28 nanometer, what is this called as? It is called as technology node, right? What is technology node? What is this size? This is size of channel length. Good, correct. So it is a size, nothing but a size of channel length. Based upon channel length, each and every sizing of devices, right? Devices like CMOS devices, like FinFET devices. All these are dependent on your channel length. If your channel length changes, it shrinks, right? What will happen? Other parameters of device will also get changed, right? It is with respect to channel length. So this shrinking is happening. Usually at some time in previous year, we were following one kind of law. That is called as Moore's law. You know Moore's law? What is Moore's law? Right? For every 1.5 to 2 years, technology shrinks by how many times?
Device size will be reduced.
Yes, so it will be reduced. So count will be doubled. Transistor count doubling means what? If your size is shrinking in the same area, you can accommodate what? More number of chips or not, right? So if your transistor size is getting smaller, right? In the same area, now you can fabricate more number of transistors. It means what? You can design more complex circuit in smaller area, right? That is the reason in market you will be seeing lot of devices, right? Like phones, smartwatch, wearables, and earbuds. So all those, what is happening nowadays? TVs, monitors, all are getting
ఏదో
what?
క్లాస్
Slimmer and slimmer and
డెమో
lightweight,
క్లాస్
right?
వేరే వాళ్ళ బ్యాచ్
Yes, yes.
ఉంది ఈరోజు మాది
Please mute.
అది ఊరికే ఏంటంటే ఏం చెప్తాను ఇది మెయిన్
Please mute those.
డాడీ చెప్పు పో బాబాయ్ మీ డాడీతో పోయి బాబాయ్
Please go on mute, ma'am.
Yes,
Please
Monica,
go on
please
mute, ma'am.
mute. Okay. So if you see devices in market like phones, like smartwatches, you'll be seeing nowadays we are having lightweight, low power consumption, right? Slimmer TVs, slim phones. If we see phones and TVs some 20 years back, so TVs are heavy, right? It is not that much of slimmer. There is no smartness in TV or phones, right? So that is what? That is because of VLSI chips only, right? That is because of channel length is getting shrinked. Technology node is getting shrink. That is why in small area itself, now we are able to have more complex designs. That is helping us to develop more advanced technologies, right? So, yes, size of components will be shrinking with technology node. Okay. So what it involves? So chip fabrication involves what? Manufacturing semiconductor chips in fabrication plant. What is fabrication plant? It is called as foundry, right? Can you tell me any foundry name?
TSMC.
Yes, TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor, and Taiwan Semiconductor is located in Taiwan, and there is another called as Global Foundries, which is in America, right? We have Samsung Foundry. So there are multiple number of foundries. So the global market is covered by TSMC. So 70 to 80% market is covered by TSMC. So foundry is not the designing part, right? So it is a fabrication lab where only designs are fabricated. If I ask you what is fabrication, then what do you think? What is fabrication? It is nothing but you take one stencil, right? Stencil means you understand, right? In Deepavali, you use some stencil for creating rangoli or not, right? That is called a stencil. You take one stencil, you will add some colors, different colors or not, and what you will get in the end, you'll get some design, right? So it is called as fabricating the design using some process. But the design is designed by whom? Fabricator or designer? Designer is going to design the circuits,
Designer, sir.
right? So that design will go to fabrication lab, foundry, right? So chip designing involves designing the architecture, deciding the logics, and the layout, physical layout of integrated circuit. Once that design is completed, that will be used in form of mask. So using all those masks, the design will be imprinted on what? Silicon, right? Semiconductor. So it will be imprinted on that thing. Then it will what will happen? We'll cut that into smaller chips, which will be packaged into one plastic cover. Okay. So who does it, right? So foundry, the chip fabrication is done in TSMC, as I said, Global Foundries, Samsung Foundries, and Intel Foundries. Who does the chip design? So chip design companies are usually called as fabless companies, so which does not have its own foundry, right? So those are called as Qualcomm, AMD, Nvidia. So these all are what? Fabless companies. right? Which they do not have their own fabrication labs, foundries. They are only what they are doing. They're designing the chips. So there is a processor called a Snapdragon processor. You might have heard. So many of your phones, you are using phones, right? You might have ARM processor or Snapdragon processor. You have seen or not, right? So AMD are building their laptop processors. NVIDIA is building which kind of processors? Which kind of chips? Graphic chips. NVIDIA is famous for its own graphic chips. So they are the competitor in graphic chips. So we have Broadcom also, right? What is Broadcom? What kind of chips they develop? They develop chips related to
Networking.
connectivity, communication.
Networking.
So Qualcomm develops their masters in which kind of chips? Mobile chips, right? Snapdragon is their elite chips. No one can compete with those chips. Yes, modem related chips are from Broadcom. Communication and networking related chips. So what kind of tools are used in both the chip fabrication and chip designing? In chip fabrication, manufacturing tools like caliber, T-cent, PVS tools are used. Whereas in chip designing, we have, like I said, from Synopsys, we have ICC tools, and from Synopsys, from Cadence, we have Innovus, and then we have Fusion Compiler also. So Fusion Compiler is not used by all the companies. Mostly it will be used for Intel. Intel companies will be using Fusion compilers. It's not like other companies do not have FC Fusion compiler. They also have Fusion compiler. So don't think like Fusion compiler is some separate tool which will have some another level of difficulty. No, not. It is similar to your Synopsys tool only. But Fusion compiler is a compilation of Synopsys IC2, DC, and the combination of some other tools like star RC. So star RC is usually used to generate RC extraction files, right? So process. So what is the process of chip fabrication? You might have learned in graduation also, fabrication steps in chip fabrication. What is the first process we will do? We'll take one substrate and we'll start with photolithography. What is photolithography? How many of you have designed PCB in your college days? PCB, you have designed, right? So how you have designed? Like what is the process you have followed? So
Simulation, then layouts.
So first we will get the print of circuit, right? Maybe some printer, or you will draw by hand. Both methods, hand you have done, manually only. Yes, so you can draw with some marker or something. You might have drawn circuit. So that marker, why we are drawing? Have you seen? Even though if you haven't done, you might have seen videos, right? Have you seen any video? So usually what we'll take a copper clad or one paper, and on that paper we will draw the circuit using marker, right? And that we will imprint on copper clad. Copper clad is nothing but called as a copper sheet, a conductive sheet. On that we will draw the imprint the circuit design, right? So what is why we are drawing that marker circuit using marker? Why we are drawing circuit? It is acting like a photoresist, right? Which will resist what? Which will block what? Photons, right? So what happens? So once photoresist is drawn, right, and then it will be bring into some chemical reaction using some ferrochloride solution we will use, and we'll dip that copper clad and into UV light. So suppose in your labs UV light is not there, then you can do that process under the sunlight also, because sunlight is also having some proportion of UV light. So you take copper clad, draw the circuit with marker, right, and dip it into ferrichloride solution and bring it under the sunlight. So under the UV light, there will be one chemical reaction. So what will happen? All other copper material which is not there, right, the wherever marker is not drawn, all those copper material will be washed off, removed. into that ferrichloride solution. So once you rub, next you take out that copper clad and remove the markers, like use some alcohol and remove that marker lining, right? Circuit marker, use designed by marker. So what you will find? You will find copper connectivity, right? Copper network connectivity. Now what you will do next? Then you will mount components wherever your connection is there, like capacitor, resistor, or some sensor. You will mount or not. That is how we will build what? PCB circuits. Clear? So I will not say the same processes are there in fabrication, because fabrication is in nanoscale, which is not visible to us by naked eye. It is a microscopic size. It is very, very small. So the process is also very like very large. There are lot of process, and it needs dedicated environment to fabricate a chip, right? So what is the basic process means? There also we will have different, we will have substrate. So here in this case we have semiconductor. Consider, try to draw the analogy from what I have told. So we will have a semiconductor substrate. On top of that, what we are going to do? So there will be photoresist, right? So why we are drawing photo? So there will be no drawing. There will be photoresist. So here it is called as mask, right? You know what is mask? Mask is like a stencil. So like you take a rangoli stencil, right? And you drop some colors. What you will get? Only some, wherever holes are there, that colors will be passing through that, and you will get the design implemented. Simply, in the same way, here also we will have mask, a kind of stencil, right? For each and every layer. So once one UV light, so there will be UV light passing through that mask. So wherever that light is passing, right, and it is dropping on that substrate. So there that design or that for particular mask that will be implemented on that substrate. So that will be fabricated layer by layer, not at one go. All chip will be not fabricated in one imprint like PCB design. So here what we are doing, we have multiple layers, right? So in substrate, in devices, what are the all multiple layers we have? In CMOS, what you have learned? So we have diffusion layer, we have poly, right? We have N-well, we have P-well. All these are called as base layers, which is there in CMOS, right? So all those will be fabricated layer by layer. Clear? And after that, you will do metallization, means connectivity, interconnects. For interconnects, we need metal layers. So that is how it is getting fabricated. So it is just a physical fabrication process. But what is the brain here? Brain here is chip designing. For chip design is very complex and critical, which requires lot of conceptual knowledge. That is the main part of it. So yes. So what is the process here in chip fabrication? Photolithography, etching, right? Doping and deposition. Okay. What is the process here in chip designing? RTL coding, synthesis, physical design, and verification. Right. We will see this later on also. What is RTL coding? What is synthesis? And what is physical design and verification? Okay, final output, what will be the final output? We'll get a silicon wafer with integrated circuits implemented on it, right? Fabricated on it. Later on, those chips will be cut into pieces, small chips, right? So there will be multiple chips. Each chips will be cut into single chips, and it will be packaged into what? One plastic some packaging, right? Like if you have seen some IC, right, in your college days, some IC with lot of pins. What is
ESC
that?
cover, sir.
It is a packaging. Inside that,
Electrostatic covers.
yes. So inside that we have a chip. So there is no course. The chip fabrication does not require any course. It is not that much complex as you think. All work which is done in chip fabrication is done by programmed robotic hands and machines. We need operator, not designer, in chip fabrication labs. And if you are in R&D, research and development, then only your requirement will be there. Otherwise, we need a skilled operator, not a designer in the foundry, right? So what is the output in chip designing? GDS2 layout files are required, will be the output for foundry, right? What is the file which we are going to send to the foundry for fabrication? That is called as GDS2, right? What is GDS2? It is a graphic design format, right? Whatever we are designing, it will be saved into that file and sent to fabrication lab, right? So what are the dependencies? So on what factors foundries are dependent on? So foundries manufacturing depends on design file, whether they are getting design. Yes, sir. GDS2 and OSS is almost same. Both are having graphics information. They're just the format is different. Designer relies on foundries. Yes, so designers relies on what factor? Foundries to manufacture their chip. What does this mean? It means they need technology information. Suppose you are a designer and you want to design a chip. What is your requirement? So foundry, the manufacturing plants, they should provide some guidelines, some parameters to you. If you want to design a circuit in 22 nanometer or 28 nanometer or 14 nanometer, so you should be asking foundry for rules. What are the rules? Because they have a guideline, right? They have machines which is dedicated for one technology node. So they have a machine for 28 nanometer. So you cannot design 10 nanometer circuits or not using those machines or those programmed setup, right? So some guidelines you need to ask from those foundries whether you are able to fabricate or not. If yes, provide us rules which we need to follow. Suppose they have told you that layer width should be minimum 0.6. So if you take 0.5, what will happen in the fabrication step? That machine itself is not capable to fabricate zero point 0.5, right? You have to take at least 0.6. Otherwise, you will not get the good efficacy or yield, right? What does yield means? So if you see a farmer, right? So what farmers, how he calculates? So in this month, from this month to this month, there will be rainy season. So on that rainy season, I will be doing this task to complete my farming operation. So after doing that, after following all the process, he will get the production, right? Maybe rice or wheat, whatever he is producing. Or so what will happen in this case? If he does not follows any one of these process, rainy season he is doing some other process. What will happen during that time? So there will be less production, right? So what does this mean? If you are following the right process with the right rules while designing, yes, please mute. Yes, please mute. Lokeshwar. So what I was telling, so that in farming, what will happen? If you do not follow process and rules, what will happen? Your yield will be less. Okay. Yield means what? Output. You will get less number of, suppose instead of 5 quintals, you will get what? 2 quintal, 3 quintal of what? Rice. But if you're following all process, all rules, doing all idealistic farming, what you will get? Complete 5 quintals, you will get good production. That is called as yield. Yield means number of good chips out of total number of capability, right? Suppose capability of one wafer is to give you 100 number of chips. Out of that, how many of good chips you are able to produce? That is called as yield. So what are the informations we have in GDS2? So it is a graphic information. So what is this circuit? What is this? Can you tell me, anyone? It is a
Inverter.
CMOS circuit. It is a CMOS inverter. So
CMOS
you can,
layout. CMOS layout
yes, it is
inverter.
a CMOS layout inverter circuit, right? It is a physical representation of CMOS. As you can see, there are multiple layers, as I said. So your fabrication will be done on different layers. So you can see this is what poly, right? This is green color and yellow color one is what diffusion and anvil layer. You can see green color is some layer, right? Then this has to be connected using via. Via is used to connect to two different layers. It can be diffusion or metal layer or different two metal layers also. These blue color layers, right? You are seeing these are called as metal layers, which are used for interconnects, right? So these all physical informations will be available in which file? In GDS2 file, right? It has the complete physical circuit information in that file. Clear?
So when you are saying metal layers, so what do you mean by layers?
Metal layers, we mean conductive elements, right? Conductive, like we say wire, right? In electrical subjects, what we say, how we connect things using wire, right? What is wire? Wire is a conductive material which is used for connecting two elements, right? Similarly, here we have metal layers which is used for interconnects, which is used for connecting two devices. What is devices? CMOS logics, right? CMOS inverter and NOR, all these are devices used from CMOS logic.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got that. But when you say layers, is it like there are different types of layers and metals that are used which don't overlap on each other, or like what do you mean by layers?
Yes, correct. So metal layers means there will be different layers. There it will not be getting connected automatically. You have to use contacts. You have to use wire. So here we are not having single type of metal layer. We will have different metal layers also. So it is not connected. It is in different plane. Like let's say for an example, metal 1 is there. M1 is there. Right?
Okay, got it.
So if you see here, this is your substrate. This is your substrate where you will be fabricating what? Devices, right? What is this? So this is what? Diffusion. This is channel, right? This is one device. Now these needs to be connected or not? Poly needs to be, there will be one TOX, silicon dioxide and poly. So this has to be connected to, right? This has to be connected somewhere or not. So how it will be connected?
Yes, sir.
Using metal layers. So let's say first metal layer nearest to this will be M1, right? Like this. So M1 metal layers will be there. So it does not mean only one metal layer is used. It is in different plane. This is plane 1, right? Then you will also have M2. So these are M2. It is not on same layer, same plane. It is on top of M1 layer. Now we will also have M3 like this. You understanding? So these all are metal layers only, but different types on different planes. Clear?
Yes.
So ASIC design flow. What is ASIC? Application specific integrated circuit, right? So you might have heard ICs, right? IC is nothing but a integrated circuit design. It is nothing but a circuit design, right? So when we say application specific, it means we are designing a circuit which is specific to that application only. It will be not used for other applications. Like what? Can you give an example? You're using phones. Phones are only specific to phone calls, SMS, or any other features. It is meant for only phone purposes. You cannot use phone as a computer. Can you use your phone as a computer? No, because it is only specific for phone usage, like your wearable smart watches. So it is having application of showing you time, taking call feature, Bluetooth connectivity. All these are what? Smartwatch features, which is specific application defined for it, right? Similarly, we have earbuds. Earbuds is also having chips, right? So the chips will be designed with respect to the application requirement only. If application requirement is not there, the design will be different. So those are called as application specific integrated circuit. So ASICs are usually used for consumer market, right? So what your market demands. Consumer market means where you can earn some, where companies are earning profit by selling it to common public, right? Consumer market means like AC, washing machine, TV, all these are consumer products. What are all non-consumer products? Like space programs, you're sending space Gaganyaan, these things are happening, right? Chandrayaan. So these kind of space programs also require VLSI chips. Without VLSI chips it cannot be operated. So you need those chips also. Those are what? Non-consumer, not used by public, not used by masses. Like missiles, like military grade tanks, aircrafts, air jets, all, or medical operations also. Like you're using CT scan, right? You're having for test, that is also not non-consumer. It is not for public usage. So it is having some dedicated usage, right? So those are all non-consumer chips. So
Difference between ASC and FPGA.
Yes, sir. So what is the difference between ASIC and FPGA? So we have three things here. One is full custom ICs, one is semi-custom ICs, and another one is FPGAs. FPGAs are the programmable ICs. So what does programmable ICs means? It means it can be reprogrammed. Suppose I have one chip, FPGA chip. So I have designed a mux in that chip, right? Now I don't want mux. So what I can do, I can erase that information and I can re-implement for some different thing like full adder or some ALU I can design. So that opportunity, that thing is there in FPGA. It is a field programmable gate array. So this architecture of FPGA will be in form of DUTs. There will be smaller, sorry, there will be LUTs. Multiple LUTs will be there in series, connected in grid. What are those LUTs? LUTs will be like you can reprogram it into some different hardware if required. So, but that is not in the case of full custom or semi-custom. Once design is done and it is fabricated, that chip cannot be reused for different programs. So that is why FPGA is not usually found in consumer-based chips because it becomes costly and also it does not require, right? So why you need washing machine to work like AC, right? And why you need AC to work like washing machine? Not required, right? So where we require these reprogrammable chips, we require in space programs, we require in missiles, guided missiles, we require in medical operations. Like nowadays they are inserting cameras in mouth and doing surgery, internal surgery without any cuts. So that is only possible through these kind of FPGA chips because it can be reprogrammed, right? So suppose for an example, there is a space program, right? And it is usually anything which is sent to space follows a projection, a projectile motion, a trajectory, right? If they need to change the trajectory by some deviation angle, what they can do? They have to reprogram it and the person cannot be sent there into that satellite or in that rocket immediately. So what the person will do, what the scientist will do, he will changing or reprogramming from here itself, from ISRO station, right? So that feature is there in FPGA, but not in ASIC chips. So these ICs are evolved. What does this mean? These ICs are evolved. So earlier we used to have small scale integration. Next we have medium scale integration. Then we have large scale integration. Then we have very large scale integration, which is called as VLSI. Above that we have ultra large scale integration. Right. So what is the difference here? Number of
Level of
correct.
integration.
Number of transistors.
Correct. It is number of transistors, and that number of transistors depends on size of transistor, right? If your size of transistor is small, definitely you can accommodate more number of transistors. If you go 50 years back, whether VLSI chips are imaginable? No, right? No one was talking about, you not forget about 50 years. 10 years back also, have you heard VLSI term? Never, right? But you might have heard IT sector, this sector you might have heard, but VLSI. But nowadays, lot of people know about VLSI semiconductor. Why it is growing? Because each year we are having, each 1 to 2 years we are having different technology now. It is keeps shrinking. So what is happening? Circuits are becoming complex. We are able to solve more complex evaluation or so those kind of operation very easily, because now the size requirement is less, right? Now we are having low power. If size is reduced, of course power requirement will be same or different. Different will require less power. That is the reason nowadays in phones we are able to see more backup, right? Earlier days phone was discharging, these kind of display phones were discharging very fast. Even in single day you need to charge it for 2 times, right? So what does ASIC design, what is the ASIC design flow here? So ASIC design flow starts from specification. What does specification means? So if you are designing anything, let's say for an
Sir, before
example,
starting this, I asked you about difference between physical design and physical verification, front end and back end.
yes, I remember we are coming to that point only, right?
Okay, sir.
So what is ASIC design flow? So here it starts from specification, right? What is specification? See, whenever you want to cook something, right? Cook something or want to develop something, what you will do first? You will decide specification, like what are the ingredients, what will be the proportion of that ingredient, how much spoons I should take for this particular recipe, right? That are all what specification. Similarly here we need to decide specification based upon performance, power and area, right? What will be my frequency of your chips? If you check your phones, what is your operating frequency for your phone? What is the gigahertz? If you check in your laptops, if you go to settings and check, you'll find that it is 2.1 gigahertz, 2.4 gigahertz. Nowadays we are having 4 gigahertz laptops also, right? You will see that as a specification. What is your RAM? How much RAM you have? What is your internal memory, right? ROM. So all those informations comes under specification, right? Architectural design. Then the architecture will be drawn in form of block diagrams. Which system is going to connect with what? How many blocks are there? Suppose, so here let's say you have one chip. This is your chip design. In this chip design, you will have multiple things, right? You will have camera subsystem. you will have memories, you will have connectivity or interface related subsystem, right? Then you will have different blocks like what? RAM, you will have graphics. So for different purposes, you will have different subsystem, right? So this is what blocks. Now how these blocks are connected, how many pins it has, how many ports it has, and how these are connected to each other, right? These are nothing but block diagram, or it is also called as architecture of a design. We are not giving the complete detailed circuit design. Detailed circuit means what are all blocks present in this subsystem, what are all circuit present in this each block. That kind of information is not there in architectural level. It will be there in form of block diagram. Now for each subsystem you will find block diagram, right? What are all blocks, how many memories, how many level shifters, how many shift registers are used. All these information will be present now in subsystem in form of block. So this is architectural level design. It needs lot of experience, lot of like 10-15 years of experience, more than that only, to get into architectural level design, right? So what is next step after architectural level architecture design? What is next step? RTL design.
RTL design.
So what is RTL design? It is nothing
The
but a
register transfer level.
written in hardware description language. What is hardware description language? Verilog or VHDL. It is a language which is used to express what? Circuits, right? Suppose you want to design a mux, right? How mux can be defined? How mux can be designed using HDL language? How many of you know Verilog, VHDL? You might have studied in college. Not studied? Not this? Nowadays? Okay. So you might have studied, right? So there are different modeling styles, behavioral, structural, and gate level. Okay. So using gates, you can design circuit. If it is behavioral, you can write the behavior of that mux. So what is the behavior of mux? What is the behavior of mux?
Takes one input and makes output
Multiple input and one
We
output.
have multiple inputs and single output. Also, we have single input and also and multiple output. It's called demixing.
So it is what? It is telling us about behavior. What it is telling us? It is telling us about behavior. Behavior of mux is, let's say, 2:1 mux. What is the behavior? So if my S equals
takes one
0,
input and
right? So
process
my
two
Y will be
outputs.
Y0, else Y is I1. This is nothing but mux, right? So but it is written in behavioral model. Now this needs to be verified or not, right? Whatever you have written, whether it is giving us desired output or not, how this RTL code will be verified, how this RTL code will be verified using design verification. So next stage is, after RTL coding or RTL designing, design verification is required. What is design verification? Where you need to verify the design whether it is giving us desired output or not for all possible inputs. So how many inputs are there in mux? 2:1 mux? How many inputs?
Two.
How many
Two.
outputs?
One output.
One.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think one more we need for selection.
So we need three inputs, not two inputs. How many outputs? One output, right?
One.
So how many possible uh, pattern of inputs can be created using three inputs?
8.
right? 8, 2 to 2 power n, you can create 8 possible inputs. So for all 8 possible inputs, you should get desired output. That job will be done through design verification, right? So for that, you need to be very strong in what? Language, programming, right? Verilog should be very strong, system Verilog should be very strong, UVM should be very strong, right? Then only you can write those things. So that is about design verification. What is the next stage after design verification? What is the next stage? Once design verification is completed, so next stage will be placement, right? But so this is sorry, synthesis. So next stage is synthesis. So what happens in synthesis? So you have written the code, the RTL people has written the code in behavioral language or behavioral HDL language. Do you find any gate information in that language? Any and or right? You do
No.
not find any kind of logical gate information, right? Then how it will be converted? Do you find any transistor information? No, right? Then how it will be physically implemented into circuits, right? So you have written this behavioral code. Now, how we can understand the circuit here? See, this behavior cannot be fabricated, right? This is just a logical representation, logical way of telling what is circuit. The main ideal or main practical scenario circuit is nothing but physical circuit, which is designed using what? Transistors. So, but to design a transistor, we should understand logic design also. So, after this, we need to have logic design. So, that can be achieved by synthesis. Right? What is synthesis? So, it is a RTL synthesis which converts RTL code to synthesized gate level netlist. This is called as gate level netlist. Right? Now, what is gate level netlist? So, you have written a 2:1 mux in behavioral code. Right? This will be converted into gate level netlist. So, logic design. What is the logic design for 2:1 mux? You require how many ANDs? 2 and 1 not and 1 or, right? So this is nothing but 2:1 mux, right? What is this? I0, I1, S, Y. So this is your logical design. This is a logic circuit design, right? Now this logic circuit design you are achieving by synthesis. Okay, gate level netlist is nothing but called as list of nets, right? List of nets, how these components are connected. But whether it is only giving logic circuit design? No, each logic is mapped with standard cell libraries, right? Then only we can call it as synthesis. So synthesis is a technology dependent or independent? Yes, it is a technology dependent. Why? Because we are telling that each logic is mapped with technology dependent libraries. Suppose you are working in 28 nanometer technology node, right? So all the libraries which are available with you will be on what technology node? 28 nanometer, right? So standard cell libraries means all primitive basic gate libraries will be available in these libraries. Like what? Like and, or, not, NAND, NOR, XOR, XNOR. So all these basic primitive gates will be available. Then why it is called as standard, right? Why? Because so each of these primitive gates will have standard layout available in the libraries. It means what? The logical and physical information both provided and both available for all these gates. So logical means what? you will have functional information like timing, power, what is the delay of this particular cell, what is the power of this particular cell, that will be available in libraries, right? Similarly, we will also have physical information for all these logics, like what is the height of this and, right? What is the width of this and where are all metal pins, where is poly located, right? So you will have abstract view or layout view available, right, in technology node libraries, in these standard cell libraries. So each and or not you are drawing here will be mapped with what? Standard cell libraries, right? So what you are fabricating on semiconductor? Devices, physical devices, not logical devices. So after logic design, right, after synthesis, we'll be inserting what? DFT. Understood, right? What is synthesis? We'll be inserting DFT blocks. What is DFT? Design for testability. Right? Before talking about DFT, I will tell you that in ASIC design, whatever we have discussed starting from RTL, right? RTL design and design verification. This part comes under front end. This is called as front end. Clear? What comes under front end? Front end does not have any dependency on technology node. What is the difference between front end and back end here? Because front end does not depends on technology. Have we talked anything about technology node, physical aspect, physical implementation? No, they do not have to worry about practical scenario of circuit, right? They only need to care about logical circuit, that's all. Not also circuit, only behavior, and that behavior needs to be verified for all possible inputs. That comes under front end part, right? Which requires strong knowledge on programming. It is completely based upon your programming knowledge and your digital circuit knowledge. Okay. Now, second is backend. Right. So you have synthesis and PD flow, physical design flow, right? And tape out or sign off, right? All this comes under backend. So these all are dependent on technology node, right? But these are not dependent on technology node. Clear? So whether programming skills are required? Yes, some amount of programming skills are required here in backend also. So here we require EDA tools specifically to design physical circuits. Why EDA tools are required? Because we are designing what? We are doing here physical implementation. What happens in backend? Everything is related with physical implementation. Clear? So here we are doing logical behavior, right? We are defining what? Logical behavior of circuit. Here what we are designing? We are designing actual circuit, physical implementation of circuit. See, logically I have told that you require two and one not, right? And one or. This is logic. I can write behavior also. I have told first we have written .v file, right? If else condition. That is what? Behavioral circuit. That is converted into logical design. Now this logical design has to be converted into technology mapped libraries, right? Using technology mapped libraries, you will design using standard cell libraries, right? This is what? Technology mapped libraries. Now this has become what? Gate level netlist. This is done using synthesis. Here. So after this, we will use .v file generated from synthesis stage. Right? After DFT insertion, which will be inserted after synthesis. DFT is for design for testability, which is used to improve testing feature for the design, right? So after this, we will start using what? .v file for physical design, right? So the first input which we take for physical design is gate level netlist. Clear till here? So this file is taken as input to physical design. Physical design flow. So from this part onwards, your physical implementation will start, right? And this will be your first input. Apart from this, what all inputs are required? So you will also require some other inputs, like what? Libraries, timing libraries, like what will be the cell delay, right? Then you require left, what will be the height and width of that cell, physical information. You also require what? Technology file, right? Technology node file, which has what information? Layer information. Like I told, foundries are based upon layer, mask by mask fabrication, layer by layer fabrication will be done. So you require also layer information. For each layer, what is the minimum width, what is the minimum spacing which must be followed? So technology based rules will be available here in .tf, which is called as technology node. Apart from this, you also require some constraints, right? These are called as synopsis design constraints. What is constraint? Constraint is like restriction, right? You're telling that your transition time should not go beyond this number, right? If I'm telling my transition time is 120 ns max, right? Sorry, 120 ps. So what I'm telling here, that your transition time should not cross 120 ps. It should remain under 120 ps. So what is transition time? Change of state from one state to other state. What is the time taken for changing the state from one state to other state is nothing but called as transition time, right? This is nothing but transition time. If this transition time is more, what will happen? Let's say my transition time is more. So now T2 is greater than T1. In that case, what will happen if transition time is more? Delay will happen, correct? So if 0 is not getting transited into 1 in right time, in less time, what will happen? Delay will happen. And what else can happen? During this transition time, what happens? So how it is converted from 0 to 1?
Capacitor charging, discharging.
Of what? So of some device, right? Using what device we are converting 0 to 1? CMOS logic, CMOS inverter logic, right? So in CMOS is nothing but combination of PMOS and NMOS, right? Using this network combination, we are having what? Right? So what will happen during this transition time? Both PMOS and NMOS will be on or not? See, if input is 0, so you will get what? Output 1. But let's say now input is neither 0 or neither 1 or nor 1. So it is in transition state. During this state, if you remember DC curve of DC analysis on CMOS logic, you might have done. So during that time, what happens? Both PMOS and NMOS is what? On condition or not? It means short circuit or not? It behaves like a short circuit. So during that time, what happens? You will get a short circuit current, right? This short circuit current will lead to short circuit power. So it is a power loss, power dissipation will be there, right? Due to it. So if your transition time is more, right, what will happen? You will get more short circuit power dissipation. So power will also get degraded, timing will also get degraded. So both are very important in design perspective. If you are working in low power, you cannot afford this more transition time. So that is the reason we will set constraint, right? What we will tell, what we will take the constraint that it should not cross 120 PS. See, we are setting what some milestone kind of thing. Like in your college also, you might have get assignments, right? They will usually provide what deadline. This is your last date of submission. What is that? It is a constraint. So what is that? If those who are submitting after the deadline, what will happen? They will lose some marks, right? Those who are submitting on time, before time, they will get some extra marks. So what does this mean? Which one is the best case for our design? Which one is not that much of best case? So to have a best case of our design, so you should follow the constraint. Each and every constraint should be met. Clear? What is constraint? Why we should give inputs? So then after taking some inputs, right, we'll start with, those are not only those inputs, we have some other inputs also like scan-def, MCMM file, that we will see in advanced session how those inputs are taken and why it is taken, right? Then we have placement stage. In PD flow, the first stage is called as placement stage. Okay. So you can see these are specification, like I said. So we'll start with PD flow also. So you can see what I have discussed. So this is what your chip is, which is having different subsystem, ASIC, ALU, GPU, memories, right? Based upon market need, these subsystem will be designed. So in specification, you have to decide what power, area, and speed, right? Next, what we have discussed, architectural level design. It is nothing but a block design for each subsystem block. ALU will be having its own block design, architectural level design, right? Next is RTL design. What I have told you in RTL design, it is nothing but the behavioral code or data flow model code or a structural code. All those comes under RTL. It is a .v file, Verilog file or .vhdl file, right? So it is based upon what? Based upon truth table, which has to be verified. How it will be verified? Using test benches. So what does test bench mean? Test bench means the all whatever all possible inputs we have depends on number of inputs 2 to the power n. For all those possible input patterns, you should get desired output. If any one possible input is failing to give you the desired output, it means what? Your design is incorrect. The design is not correct, right? That is what design verification work will be. They will be verifying the RTL codes. They will verify the design, right? Based upon test benches, based upon all possible inputs. So ASIC, so in synthesis, what we do in synthesis, it is the conversion of RTL code to gate level netlist, right? And it is what? It is a technology dependent stage. Till design verification, right? RTL verification, it is not technology dependent. It is all about logical behaviors, right? And verifying that logical behavior, whether it is satisfying logical behavior or not. Whether we are talking anything about power, electrical properties in front end, whether we are talking about timing, with timing also we'll talk few things, but it is not accurate because in physical world timing is more practical and different than logical. Why? Because there will be parasitics in physical world. It is not ideal condition. So when we draw a clock, right, clock edge you are drawing in digital circuit, how you are drawing? A sharp edge or not? Clock edge will be sharp edge you have drawn, but whether it is a practical clock, you will never get a sharp edge clock in practical world. There will be always clock transition, right? We have just now seen what is transition. You will see clock transition. So there will be some delay in switching from 0 to 1 state. So that is a more practical clock which is ignored in what? Front end. They will not take care of all those things. The thing is, these are taken care in physical implementation. So that is the actual circuit, actual scenario, actual problems, actual challenges which you will face with respect to physical implementation. Right? So synthesis is nothing but the conversion from the behavioral code to technology based standard cell libraries. It will be mapped with what? Technology based standard cell libraries. So in DFT, we'll be inserting DFT block like scan chain block, BIST, that is called as built-in self-test. We have ATPG also, automatic test pattern generator. These kind of logics or these kind of programs is helpful in improving testability of design. So the first step, right? So first step of physical design flow is floor plan, right? So we'll take 10 minutes more and then we'll take one short break and then we'll continue. Okay. So in PD flow, physical design flow, our first stage is floor plan. Now everything is designed. Now my blueprint is ready, right? Now my architecture is ready. Now logical circuit is also ready. Now it is also converted into technology mapped libraries also, right? Now what is remaining? So you have given some area of chip, right? In that particular area, you should be able to place all the physical logics or physical devices like your AND or whatever logics you have, mux, full adder, right? D flip-flop, sequential cells. So using that, you have to design the circuit, you have to do the physical implementation on floor plan, right? Now what you are going to do in floor plan, you are going to place all first you are going to design the block, right, which is there in subsystem, right? So each block will be designed and you are going to place macros, right? Some standard cells. What is macros? Macros are nothing but called as IPs, that is nothing but intellectual properties, so which can be provided from some vendors. It cannot be copied. That is why it is called as IP. Right? Now you have standard cells, different logic. So this region is called as core. Right? You can see there are two boundaries. Right? One boundary which is internal boundary is called as core boundary. Right? The one boundary which is external to this is called as die boundary. Right? And the yellow color on boundary you are seeing, right, these small squares, these are called as ports, right? What are these lines, horizontal lines you see all over core? It is drawn horizontal lines. What are these? These are called as sites or these are called as standard rows. Like if you go to purchase for purchasing a plot, right, what will happen there? So there will be one big area and it is divided into smaller section of lots. So that is called as site. So some real estate people, if you might have heard, they will tell that we are going to see sites. I'm going to visit site. What does this mean? That particular area, the big area is divided into sites. So those sites are meant to build what? Houses. So similarly here we have sites, multiple sites, and these standard rows or standard sites are meant to place standard cell libraries, right? So so first thing is core and die area creation. Port placement is then created and then voltage area will also be created. What is voltage area? So it is related with multi-voltage design. See, nowadays we are more concerned about power or not. We want more low power designs, right? See, you don't want your phone to be drained in same day, right? It has to run for 2 days at least if you are not using much. Similarly, while using also, if you are playing very high-end games like PUBG, so how much time it will take to drain? It may drain in 3 hours only. But suppose if you are not using, you are playing high-end game, only what? Doing simple operation like WhatsApp, text, or some SMS or some calling feature. So whether power requirement will be there that much? Not required. But whether power should be given in same amount? See, it is like people are going to one function, right? One marriage function. So some people's appetite is less. Maybe they are thin, or some people are fat and they require more, they have more appetite, they need more food. So those who are thin, and you will keep on giving more food in his mouth, eat, what will happen? Vomiting, right? So over usage of power is also not good, right? It will lead to what? More power dissipation. So that is the reason we will go with burst. Yes. So that is the reason we will go with what? Multi-voltage design. So what is the advantage of multi-voltage design here? So we have a chip where we have different subsystems, right? ALU, GPU, camera, and memories. All will require same amount of power. All are power hungry. No, right? Of course, they will not be power hungry. Some are power hungry, some are less power hungry, right? Suppose if you are doing texting operation, whether all transistors should be on for doing WhatsApp operation? Not required, right? There are
No.
millions of transistors in your chip. All transistors need to be on for your WhatsApp operation, or all clock frequency should not be high, right? You have multiple cores. All cores should not be active. All RAM memories should not be used. That is why when you will use WhatsApp, you just check how your RAM is fluctuating, whether it will go to 6 GB RAM requirement for WhatsApp usage. No, right? But same thing when you play game, observe how your RAM changes. Your RAM will jump like anything. Why? Because for that operation it requires more memories, so more transistor needs to be switched on. So it means more power requirement. That is why heating issue will also come, that we will see in more advanced sessions, right? How it comes and what are the reasons. So thing is, the power is very much important here. That is why what we will do, we'll do multi-voltage design, because power is directly proportionate to what? Voltage only, your power supply. If you are giving high power supply, what does this mean? It will require, it power dissipation will be more. If you're giving less power, less supply, less power, right? So the based upon requirement, based upon hardware's requirement, we will give power. If there are memories which are always power hungry, we will place it in higher power domains or higher voltage area. If those hardware are there, those components are there, devices are there which require less power, those transistors, those devices will be placing in low voltage area, right? In this way we are reducing overall power or not in our devices based upon requirement. So that is how power will be saved. Clear? So macro placement means nothing but the memory placement. We are going to place memories. Memories are usually bigger in size compared to standard cell. Sometimes it is 10 times bigger, 15 times bigger, and 20 times bigger also compared to standard cell size. So those memories are standard, macros are nothing but the combination of standard cell libraries. Okay, it is a combination of circuit. It is nothing but internally it is having multiple number of flops, registers, right? So it is a bigger block which requires more power. So we'll be placing some physical cells also, which is usually to avoid design for manufacturability, right? So blockages are usually used for placement purposes. You can create blockages where you do not want to place something, right? So blockages can also be provided. So but then we will go with power planning. So once you have placed each and every object or cells, then you have to properly distribute power or not. So there also we can see power loss. Suppose at your home you want to connect a TV, right? So where you are going to place a TV, that is important or not for you. In which room you are going to place your TV, that is also important or not. Whether you are going to place a TV in kitchen or bathroom, that is not good, right? So the TVs are
Yes.
meant to place in drawing rooms, right? And there also in that drawing room you will be deciding where to place that TV exactly, whether it should be just in front of your entrance or it should be somewhere in wall, right? Then after that what you are going to decide, the connection of TV or not. So where will be the socket of that TV, whether it is near to that TV or far from TV. Why near to TV? Because wire length of TV will increase if you place socket far from TV. So if wire length increasing, what will happen? Resistance will increase or not, right? Cost will increase, resistance will increase, parasitics will increase, power loss will increase. So IR drop will be more, voltage drop will be more. So lot of different factors we need to consider while placement of any cells, right? It is very important here. So based upon that, let's say we have placed everything ideally. Now we have to do electrical work, that is called as power planning. So each and every devices which you have placed, now those should get proper power or not. So that is done by creation of power grid. We'll create one power grid on top of our design so that the IR drop can be less. Each device should get power from its nearest source. It should not go, we should not travel long way, right? That is what we will do here. So next, after floor plan, we will do placement. Now we have also talked something about placement in floor plan also, right? But in floor plan, we are not placing standard cells. We are only placing what? Macros. We are only placing macros and memories. Whereas in placement, we are placing all the remaining standard cell libraries, right? And these standard cell libraries will be sitting where? On site rows, on sites exactly. But if it is not sitting on site, as you can see on first picture, these standard cells are not sitting on site. So it is a legal or illegal. See, if your house, you're building a house, you're not building a house on your plot, on your neighbor's plot also. What will happen? That will become illegal, right? So your standards, these sites, these standard rows are meant to place only standard cell from that for that particular integral multiples of height and width of site rows. So if you are not following, suppose you can see these cells are not sitting exactly on site rows or standard rows. So what will happen? So that is a illegal placement. You will get violations. So for that purpose, you have to move these cells to legal position of these site rows. Now, if you see the second picture, it is a legal placement or called as detail placement, which is exactly sitting on site rows. So we will have two placement. One is global placement, which is called as rough placement. Then we will go with detail placement, which is more legal placement. So it is also called as legalizing the global placement. Okay. So after placement is done, we also need to check few other things like congestion and timing. So what does congestion means?
The
See, if you see the traffic management,
spacing of the components.
no, it is not the spacing of component. Congestion means, so I will give you one example. If you see the traffic of Bangalore, right? What happens when there is more congestion? We say congestion is there. We say traffic is more. What will happen if you allow lot of vehicles in one road only? So the traffic police person will be there. He'll be allowing all heavy vehicles, trucks in the main city roads. What will happen? Definitely you will see congestion. So to solve that, another traffic police person will come. What he will do? He will block some amount of vehicles in one place or maybe divert to some other road or not, some bypass road. He'll open bypass road and he will allow the vehicles to go through bypass road. In that way, what will happen? Congestion will be, traffic will be reduced for that particular road, right? That is what traffic management. Similarly, similar kind of inspiration will take from there. Similar kind of inspiration will take from there and we will analyze it, right? So why we can see congestion here in our design? Suppose in this particular area you have placed more number of cells, right? You have placed more number of cells. Each cell will have some number of pins or not. Number of pins will be there. So let's say if I talk about this left bottom corner, right? If I talk about, let's say this is my chip area or design area. So Let's say in this particular area, I place lot of cells. So I place lot of cells here. It is filled with all cells. So how much filled means 90% of area is filled with cells with no gaps, right? So what will happen? These 90% of cell will have definitely more number of pins or not. So same thing I'll take here also. I have placed only 40% of cells here, right? It means what? 60% of area is vacant or not, right? And also what will be the pin count here? It is of course less than case A or not, right? It is less than case A. It means what? It requires less interconnect, right? It requires less interconnects or not because of less pin count. If pin count is high, it requires more interconnects or not for connection. More interconnects means what? It requires more routing tracks, routing resources. So whether that amount of routing tracks and resources are available in this area, that we need to see. If not available, then only you will see what? Congestion. If demand is more, right? Here we have more demand in case A. With respect to that, we should also have same amount of tracks also, metal tracks, or it can be routed, right? Resources should be available. But here resources are more abundant in nature, lot of resources there, so you will not see congestion. Pins means, so we have discussed about standard cells, right? These are standard cell libraries. So if I talk about inverter, how many pins are there for inverter? So two signal pins, one is input pin, right? One is input pin and power pins, right? This is power, ground, input and output. So four pins total, two signal pins, two power pins, right? So pins means pins for these devices, because what we have discussed in netlist, right, gate level netlist, all these devices, standard cell libraries will be connected or not. 2:1 mux, if you remember that example I have told you, right? So more number of pins, more number of interconnects, more number of resources. Similarly in traffic also, if you see more number of vehicle comes, it means what? Traffic is not because of more number of vehicles. Traffic is because of less number of roads, right? Or not proper roads. So if we have more number of roads available, of course traffic will be lesser now. So nowadays what they are doing? Flyovers or metro. So that is reducing traffic. So that is about congestion, right? Then you also need to look for timing, whether your data is arriving on required time or not, or it is getting delayed. So that also should meet, right? If your data is not required, it is not reaching on time, what will happen? It may take some garbage data that will give you wrong results. That also should be taken care here, right? So that comes in part of STA, static timing analysis. So here we will also provide you static timing analysis support also. We'll give you sessions. So it will be like 1 month session will be on dedicatedly for static timing analysis. That also we will cover here, right? So we'll discuss after 10 minutes break. You can take 10 minutes break and we'll continue. So all the other questions related to placement package we'll discuss after break. Okay, please take break. I will take few more questions from online side by that time. So if you do not have a programming skill language, so I'll take question afterwards. You can take break. Okay. Yes, and we will resume from here. So after placement is completed, placement of standard cell is completed, right? We will do clock tree synthesis. What is clock tree synthesis? So like each and every devices which is placed, physical devices, physical layout devices which is placed, standard cell libraries which are placed, they also require clock, right? Sequence, we will also have sequential cells. There will be D flip-flop, JK flip-flop, other flip-flop sequential cells. They require clock connection also, like they require power connection. So any sequential cell, like let's say D flip-flop, how many pins D flip-flop has? How many pins D flip-flop has? Total pins. 3, sure. What are those? Power, ground, input, output, and that's a clock pin. So how 5 pins? It became 5 pins now. And there are more pins, right? For D flip-flop, what are those? Analog pins. Not, those are not analog pins, but it is called as reset and preset, right? Reset clear is what? Reset only, right? Reset and preset. So how many pins? 7 pins. Any other pins? See, that is what. So whatever we have learnt in graduation in digital subject, we will be mostly learning with respect to logical aspect only. But once it comes to physical implementation, things will be different, right? You should not always see only logical pins. So whatever you have learned, mostly based upon logical pins only. You haven't cared about power. You haven't cared about much on timing. So you are only focused on what? Whether logical functionality we are getting or not, or Boolean functionality. You have never thought about physical aspect and never taught also in graduation. But once it comes to physical design, the more focus is given to realistic design or practical design, how it will behave in physical implementation world. That is more important here for us. So so in physical implementation, we have to look for each and every pin carefully. How many pins are there? Similarly, we have clock pin also for all sequential cell. And all these clock pin has to be connected to clock network. Physically, I'm saying. When we are talking about physical implementation, every connection, every placement is with respect to physical attributes. Those are not logical connections. Okay, so all clock pins, suppose this is my clock port which is starting from here, right? This can be connected to all this. You can see these all are color boxes. These are nothing but standard cell libraries, physical libraries. So these are getting clock. These are these are getting connected to clock pins of these flops. So but you observe here how these are going to connected directly from clock port to this pin, clock port to this clock pin. For each clock pin it will be directly connecting. But if it is connected directly to like this, right, what will happen? More congestion, right? You will see more congestion, and this is not a good way of connection. Similarly, suppose you want to go to your college, right? And lot of people are coming to college from their own houses. Suppose roads will be separately built from your house to college, and from others also separate road will be built from their home to college. What will happen? It requires more area, more congestion, right? If it separate roads are there, we cannot build that kind of will be not there, because if you see near the college we cannot have separate roads, right? Because the area is less to create roads near the college, so we'll see more congestion here. So what can be done? We can come up with more intelligent way of distribution of clock. Those are called as clock tree algorithm. We can use different types of clock tree algorithm, like H tree algorithm, spine algorithm, or it is also called as fishbone algorithm, right? So what does fishbone algorithm means, right? So fishbone algorithm means it means suppose this is my area of my chip or block. What will happen if this is my clock port, right? So from here clock needs to start. So these all are my, let's say, cells, standard cells, right? These are my standard cells. Now how these will be connected? If I need to draw the fishbone, it will go one straight line, right, like this, and then it will be distributed like this, right? Then it can be distributed like this. So how it is going? It is going like fishbone, right? This is called as fishbone, right? So you can see how your fish look like. This is your fish after eating the fish, right? So this is what? A fish bone. What is, how this fish bone looks like? This is its spine, this is the tail, and this is what? Its branches, right? Bones, spine, the ribs. So this can be extended further. And then again you can have divisions. This can again extended and this can be divided. Like that extension is happening. You understanding what is going on? This can again extended. This is how clock network is distributed using fishbone algorithm, right? Similarly, we have H tree. So in H tree, it will be distributed in H pattern, like that. So how it looks like H, right? Again, this will be extended and it will be distributed in H pattern. So this is called as H-tree algorithm. So there are different algorithms we have. So based upon our requirement, we will use that specific algorithm. So what is that requirement? Right? So we are going to follow some kind of constraints also. To meet our constraints, we will take the appropriate algorithm. Right? So to supply the clock signals, yes, symmetry, if you see the H tree will always have a symmetry. If you are designing one H on left side, there will be another H on right side also. But if we talk about symmetry in fishbone type of algorithm, you won't find symmetry in fishbone. Why? Because any one of the branch can be extended and then again it can be extended. It can go. But you will not find the mirror symmetry. Mirror symmetry means what is there on X, it will be there on Y also, right? So that mirror symmetry is not there, but in H tree you will always find symmetry. To supply clock signal from clock source means clock port to build what? Complete clock tree, right? With all branches. So in that way we can build efficient clock network. Clear? So this is done to balance skew and minimize insertion delay, right? So to improve delay or to add some delay on clock path, what we will do? We'll add buffers. So if you have separate clock network from source, what will happen? It will insert more and more delay, more and more buffers. That is not good for design. So we can have one common path or not. Then it will be distributed to other branches. So you can have one common path and then distribution can happen. That will reduce what? Insertion delay, reduction of buffer insertion, right? And you can also balance skew. Skew is nothing but the difference between launching time and the capturing time. So launching and capturing of what? Launching and capturing of data. So for an example, so you have two sequential slabs like this, right? And there are some combinational cells. These are two sequential flops. These are synchronized clock. So we are having synchronous clock. There are two D flip-flops. Now, how much time does a flop needs to launch a data, that is nothing but called as launch time. So it starts from when we are getting the clock edge, how much time it is taken for this flop, that is called as TCKQ, clock to Q delay, then how much time a combinational cell is taking, right? So this is called as launch time, right? And this is complete path is called as arrival time, when your data is arriving. So your data is present where? In the input pin of D flip-flop. When your data will be launched? When you get a first clock edge, right? So these are what? These are edge triggered flop. Edge triggered flop means which is sensitive to edge. Now we have level sensitive flops also, right? What is the? Those are called as latch. Latches are level sensitive. Level sensitive means once it is on, it data can change in this level, right? It will not wait for edge. In this level, it can change. But what about edge triggered sensitive? So if edge triggered means only change will happen from edge. Start with the change starts from edge, right? So these are what edge triggered flop. So the time taken to get the first edge is nothing but called as to time taken for the edge to appear is called as launch time, right? Launch time means launching of what? Launching of this data, right? The data which is present at the input side of flop. Now this data has to be launched. So this will be launched only after this launch time. It will start launching, but there will be some delay also, some propagation delay which is internal to flop, that is called as TCKQ. Now data is here after this delay. Now it will be consumed by it will also take some time to reach here. Why? Because there are some circuits, combinational circuit between two sequential circuit, that will also add some delay, right? Then your data will be arrived here at the input side of this flop, right? So what this flop is going to do? This flop is going to capture your data to output side or not, right? So when your data will be getting captured? When your data will be getting captured? When you will get edge, right? Clock edge, because this is what? Sequential cell operation is what? When it will operate on, if it is a level edge sensitive flops, it will operate on edges only, right? So once it gets the next edge, next cycle, this is the first cycle, right? This is next cycle, clock cycle, right? This is first stage. In first stage, your data will be launched, and in second stage, your data will be captured. So it will be capturing whatever data is reaching here. It will get captured at the output side of this flop. So this is called as launching and capturing. Now, how much time it is taking to capture means how much time this edge is appearing. After how much time this second edge is appearing is nothing but called as capture time, TC, right? So difference between capture time and launch time is called as skew, right? So the difference here between launch and capture time is called as skew. Understood? So, so this skew is completely, this clock skew is completely related to clocks. What happens if if T launch is greater than TC? So T launch is taking more time, right? Than T capture. What will happen? This data will arrive very much late, right? Maybe this edge is arriving faster. It will obviously arrive faster because TL is more. TC is arriving faster than this. Maybe less than TL, but faster. What will happen? It may take wrong data, right? Data must be maybe lost, so the data arrival must be on right time, right? So arrival time must be in right time, so that data must be captured correctly. So it means what? Your required time must be more, right? It means if your TC is more than TL, it is good or not? Good only, right? See, TL should not be more. If TL is more, data can arrive late. Understood? Data can arrive late, TC will be faster. If TC is more, capture time is more. So you have enough ample amount of time. Even if data is arriving little bit late also, still it will get captured. Understood? Because in between two edges, there is no edge, right? Second edge is arriving only after capture time. Clear? What I am telling here? So skew is very much important. If there is a difference between TL and TC, if T launch and T capture both are same, both are in same time, it is good only. It is an ideal skew. If there is a mismatch in this skew, then definitely you will see timing problem, right? So that is why skew is important, clock skew. So last step here in PD flow is routing. So once you have routed all clocks, right? So those are what? Clock nets. Have you routed power nets? In power planning, remember in floor planning, after placing memories macros, we have done power planning also, right? In power planning, what will happen? We will create power grid. We'll ensure that all devices are getting PG connections properly legalized way, right? In clock tree synthesis, what we are ensuring, that all sequential devices must get clock connections. In routing, what we are ensuring, all devices must get signal connections. What is remaining? Power is done, clock is done, only one thing is remaining, that is signals, data. So your all data signal pins must get what? Signal routing. So last is we will do signal routing after everything. So your placement done, memories placed, macros placed, standard cell placed, connection happened for power and clock, and last thing is signal connection. So what happens in this signal connection? So before routing stage, so you should make sure that connection between the macros, standard cell, right? Clock is done. All logical connection is logical, not physical, right? So logical connection for IO port should be there. So in this stage, we'll connect all the cells physically. See, we already know that there is a logical connection. How we know? By which file? Gate level netlist file. So gate level netlist file, which is coming out of synthesis, which has list of networks, right? That is a logical connection or physical connection? Logical connection. So here that logical connection will be converted into physical connection. What does this mean? It means those logical connection will be converted into physical form, means we'll be using actual metal layers to connect that, which is coming from where? Foundry. Technology given foundry file, technology node. So if technology node changes, whether design will also change? Suppose I am designing simple design mux 2:1 I am designing using 28 nanometer. So my technology node changed to 10 nanometer, or let's say 14 nanometer. Whether design will change? Whether gate netlist file will change?
No, sir.
Design will remain same.
No.
Circuit will remain same. What will change? Only libraries, right? Standard cell libraries will change. Why? Because standard cell libraries is dependent on technology node, right? So routing is divided into two parts, global routing and detailed routing. In global routing, we are going to do what? Prediction of actual routing. It is like while designing the actual rangoli, you will take and you'll do marking, and 10 times you will erase also to make it perfect, and then you will start adding colors or not. So that is what approximation before doing actual signal routing, actual physical routing, that is called as global routing, right? So then we will have detailed routing, and the routing will be done with respect to PPA constraint, so that your power should not get disturbed, your voltage drop should be less, right? And you should make sure your performance should be better. Your area is nothing to do with routing here. So mostly power and timing related issues we will cover, and congestion should be less. Okay. So last and final step, once your PNR, floor plan, placement, CTS and routing is completed, so last stage which we discuss is sign off stages. Everything completed. Now comes part where we are going to verify our design, right? So here as a physical implementation engineer, physical design engineer, you should be good in synthesis, you should be good in PD, you should be good in timing analysis, you should be good in verification also. So it is not like what happens in front end. In front end, you will either become design verification engineer or you will become RTL engineer. Both you cannot become. Okay. But here in physical implementation, starting from synthesis, you should have knowledge of doing synthesis conversion. You should have knowledge in physical designing. You should have knowledge in STA, and you should also have knowledge on physical verification. Out of this, you should have knowledge on all this, but any one topic you should be perfect. Mostly PD, you should be good in PD. Other things you should, if you have basic knowledge also, then it is fine to get a job. Okay. So in sign off stages, we will do 3 sign offs: power, timing, and physical. Right? Physical means layout verification. So power verification, what we are going to verify in power, that IR drop and voltage drop should be less. In timing sign off, we will see that timing is met. Right? So which tool is used? Prime time tool from Synopsys is used. We also have in this institute. So in all industry, in companies, they are using prime time tool only. So if you have the experience on prime time tool, they will easily recruit you. You will have that advantages, because every college do not have prime time license. Every college do not have ICC2 licenses, except IITs or some different, which has a VIT or some different colleges. All colleges do not have these licenses. So you will have prime time sessions, and you will have ICC2 sessions, and spef extraction is required to do this. Why spef extraction? What is spef? Spef is standard parasitics extraction format. It is nothing but having the RC information of nets. Nets means connections, wires. So wires are used to connect two devices or not, right? So those wires are having parasitics, right? RC parasitics are there. Means what? Unwanted components are there, due to which we are having delay, right? You might have learned many times parasitics are there, which is unwanted component, right? So here in power we will do IR drop analysis. So how much is your voltage drop? What is voltage drop? What is voltage drop? See, at your home, you might see there is sometimes voltage drop. We'll see low power is there. And bulbs and other devices, what will happen? It will fluctuate, or it will bright little bit dimmer, right? Why that is happening? Because of voltage drop. So the supply which required by that bulb, it is not getting that much amount of supply. It is getting slightly lesser supply. That is why that bulb is flickering, or you are getting lower power. You understood? That is nothing but called as voltage drop. Now why that is happening, that will be analyzed here in IR drop analysis for our chips. Understood? So mostly due to parasitics and long wires. So after that, we will have physical verification of our design. That with respect to technology node rules given by Foundry, they have given rules: minimum spacing you should take, minimum width, how much you should take, what should be the distance between this one, what should be the overlap area, what should be the enclosed area of the via. All those things will be, so if there is a short or not, if there are opens or not, all this will be analyzed where? It will be analyzed in physical verification checks, means layout related verification. The rules which are given by Foundry, those needs to be verified if it is met or not. If it is not met, whether we should send it to Foundry. If rules which are given by Foundry, if those are violated, if you are not meeting minimum spacing, minimum width violation, whether we should send it to Foundry. See, in if you go to any five-star hotel, right? So they will have separate taster person. Okay, if food is cooked, there will be another person whose work is only to taste. For that, he will get 50,000 salary. Okay, only to taste daily, he will taste like 50 to 100 dishes. His work is to taste one spoon for all dishes. If not good, he will reject. So another time they will cook that food. So that is what verification. If not satisfied by parameter, physical parameter, if rules are not met, that will be not sent to foundry, right? Because it cannot be fabricated that if rules are not met. See, if minimum spacing is not, see, I will give you one situation here. What happens? See, suppose there are two metal layers, right? Let's say there is one metal layer like this and another metal layer like this. So a minimum spacing is given by, a rule is given by foundry, minimum spacing from foundry, which will be present in .tf technology file. Let's say both are same metal layer M2, right? Suppose I didn't, so minimum spacing is like 0.06, let's say, for an example, 0.06 micrometer. Let's say I haven't followed this rule. Instead of 0.06, what I will do, maybe I have taken 0.03 micrometer. In that case, what will happen? So instead of 0.06, I've taken what? 0.03 spacing. Now it is having less space or not? What are the problems you can see here? First of all, with respect to fabrication, I am telling. See, logically, there will be one problem with related to timing. What is that? In your school days, if you and your friend used to talk too much and sitting near to each other, what teacher used to do? Separate and provide some distance, right? You sit in that corner, you sit in that corner. Why they are giving some spacing? So that you do not have cross talks, right? So if you place two metal layers very close to each other, so chances of getting crosstalk is higher. Crosstalk is nothing but when we have two metal layers closer to each other, you will see cross coupling capacitance behavior between these two layers. It behaves like a capacitance that will add to crosstalk delay, that will make your timing degrade, right? That is why we will give some spacing. This is the logical aspect, logical timing. I'm talking here with respect to foundry. So what, this is a logical thing, but how it will affect the physical aspect if you place two metal layers closer to each other.
I have a question here.
What will
Hello?
happen?
So I have some question here.
Yes,
So
please
this will
tell.
be same. Yeah, this will be same for if you are keeping the two metal layer.
Your
For
voice
example,
is not clear. Wait. Your voice is not clear.
is it clear now?
Some, yeah, little bit low. Okay, please ask.
No, you are talking about space between the two channel in the same metal layer. This will be same for two different metal layer also, right? If you're keeping the two metal layer closer to each other.
Yes, correct. So let's say he is telling there is another condition where we can have two different metal layers, M2 and M3, right? So here also you will see crosstalk. It's not like two different metal layer means we will not see crosstalk. That is the reason for this what they are doing. What we will do, we will not place two different metal layer in this direction, right? What we will do, we'll place M2 in this way and M3 orthogonally. You understood? M2 like this and M3, all M3 will be vertical in nature and M2 will be horizontal. In that way, what we are doing, we are avoiding the overlap effective area, right? Ultimately, crosstalk coupling capacitance is due to how much is your overlap effective area. That can be reduced by this structure, right? Simple. So this is about logical. I was asking about how it will affect the physical implementation. So we will take care about this also, logical thing. But after doing routing, if suppose this rule is not followed, minimum spacing, right, whether we should send it to fab. So if not, what should be the problem? What is the problem here? What do you think? If you send this into fabrication, where fabrication people has already told, don't take minimum spacing value less than 0.06. What will happen? Why they are telling actually? Because machines are not capable to fabricate with the minimum spacing 0.03. What does this capability means? It means that if you send the device or design with this 0.03 minimum spacing, if not followed, rules are not followed. So yes, of course, low yield will be there, but because of what? Because of, if these are closer, the the edges of these metal layers are not always sharp edges whenever we are drawing like this, right? So metal layer edges will not be sharp edges, there will be always distortion, right? So it will be like this. So you will never find the actual, uh, during my session I will also show you the microscopic view of actual metal layer after it is getting fabricated. There you will understand that metal layers are not having always sharp edges. You will see always this kind of, once it is fabricated. Why? Because the UV light which is passing through mask, there you will have what? The light has some nature, right? That photons have some nature, both particle and wave nature, right? It is not, even laser is not like perfect. You will always see some distortion. It will not get the fine cut, okay? Due to which you will have some this thing, right? And this layer will also have, in some cases what will happen, this will get short, right? And in some cases what will happen, it will have breakage like this, right? So those kind of defects are called as DFM. It comes under DFM, design for manufacturability issues, right? Lot of things can happen. So that is why, so even though let's say there are no distortion, there are no shorts, now that design came into market, now what will happen? That product will not last longer, right? It will always have problems. After using for some years, that metal will definitely get degraded. It will not perform that much with effectiveness, right? It will easily get heating issues. So to avoid that, that is why foundry will give us some rules that we need to follow. So that will be checked in PV, physical verification. Clear? So what are the tools we are going to use here? So tools during each step of backend flow. So for layout, we are going to use custom compiler. For synthesis, we are going to use design compiler, right? This is from Synopsys. Placement and routing, we are going to do in ICC2 tool, which is from Synopsys. Spec extraction is done by star RC tool, right? STA is done by prime time tool, which is from Synopsys again. Physical verification is done in ICV, which is a Synopsys tool. And we also have mentor graphics tool. We don't have, but there is another EDA tool called as Caliber, right? Which is from mentor graphics. Power sign off, which is prime power tool is used. Another tool is there that is called as Red Hawk tool. Red Hawk tool is also used for IR and EM analysis. Okay, these all are tools which are called as EDA tools, right? These are not some programming tools. These are called as electronic design automation tools. Clear?
Is it also used for
Yes, yes. You are some noise is
hello, sir?
there. Hello. Yes, please tell me. Your voice is breaking.
Is it also used front end?
Okay, the your voice is breaking. You can write in chat box. I will read. So all these things will be in PD flow. What we have discussed will be done in advanced physical design in more detailed manner. What I have discussed in short for the PD flow, that will be discussed in PD basics also for 1 week, not 1 hour or 2 hour. So I have just discussed in brief and I have touched only few topics related to that. So this will be again discussed in PD basics. Complete 1 week or 10 days will be given on basics on PD only, not CMOS, not digital. After that, so after that, dedicatedly you will have 4 months, 3 to 4 months for PD advanced session. Clear? There will be a complete detailed manner. Their PD flow will go till 4 months, not 1 week, not 1 day. Understood? So I will take now questions, whatever questions you have, right? Yes, so the first thing I will take some questions. So if you have any question, you can mention in chat box. I will start taking questions. So, sir, all these basics we will learn in basic course. Yes, you will be learning all these in basic course, starting from digital CMOS, GVIM, Linux basics, TICL basics completed. Then you will have 1 week, 10 days of PD basics also, dedicated for PD basics, right? PD flow basics. Then you will have advanced sessions, PD advanced session. I have no programming skills, so if I took front end, it will be difficult. See, thing is, this doubt will be there for a lot of students that I don't have much programming skill. I am afraid of programming. These kind of doubts will be there. So it is all depend on your choices. If you feel that I'm not that much good in grasping programming, because you might have done some programming in college days also. So you know better yourself that how much I am good in programming, right? So in that case, you should opt for physical design in backend. Not only physical design, there are a lot of backend courses. You can opt any backend courses where programming usage will be very less, about 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of the work will be conceptual design and critical thinking with respect to physical aspect. Meeting all logical constraint will be your challenge, right? Meeting timing constraint, meeting power constraint. So usually what happens in complete project cycle, the first 50%, first 50 to 60% is allotted for front end work, starting from specification, architectural work and RTL design. 40% work complete, where you will have the main work. Actual work of VLSI chips is done in physical design only, physical implementation only, right? Where the chip takes the form of practical chip, right? The actual chip or market chip or product, right? So that is why the challenges and learning will be more in the backend, right? And that is why demand for the backend engineers are more. Demand means they have comparatively the value of demand is more here, because they are in the tape out region, right? They do not have, if you see the front end, they do not have to care about physical aspect. They do not have to care about taping out. Taping out means exiting the product, right? Who is in the end? The back end people, the physical design implementation people will be in the end part. The 40% last time is allotted for physical design engineers, physical implementation engineers. Okay. So based upon that, you can make choices. If you are good in programming, then you can go for it. It's not like that. Even if you are good in programming, you can choose physical design also. It is a very interesting subject, right? You will have lot of hands-on EDA tools. You will learn lot of new concept. You will be the owner of deciding whether my product uh, is meeting timing or power or not. So that is more important or not. Of course, the front end work will be RTL designer work will be to design the logical circuit or RTL structure, right? But to bring it into the chip in the given area and with the to get the particular frequency with given that it should be low power also, low power consumption. That is the challenge of backend people or physical implementation engineer. How pins are different from ports? What is the difference between pins and ports? So ports are logical in nature, or whereas pins are always physical, right? Ports can be both physical attribute and logical attribute. Once ports are placed, it will be called as physical attributes. Pins are, whenever I say pins, it means it is a physical attribute, not logical. When I said pins in standard cell library, it means that pin is physically present, means in the form of layout. Okay, that is the difference between pins and ports. PPT you can check with the management. They will send it to you. If I want to go for MNCs graduated from tier 3 college in these course, enough or I have to put more effort out of this course? See, there is, like I said, there is always a two-way, right? We will give you the best what we can give you. Like the first thing like I said, training, the test for evaluation, mock interview for your evaluation, how you perform in interview related support we will give you so that you can get where you are lagging, which topic you are not able to perform in interview, and we will also give you soft skills support so that you can improve communication also, right? So whatever support is required, suppose like I said, in some cases, in PD advanced cases, some people might not get catch up with the what we are studying, right? They may take some extra time. So for that case also, they can come up, they can approach the management and tell that we need some revision classes. So that will also be provided. So that kind of support is also available here. So whatever you need from institute, that will be given with the 100% commitment, right? That is for sure. The thing is, but this is not enough, right? Why? Because unless and see, mother will tell you, right? When you are childhood of 2 years or 3 years, mother keeps telling this is good food, eat. So if you are not eating, how your health will improve? You understanding what I am telling? So you need to eat it, you need to digest also. Then only your health will improve, then only you will grow. So mother is trying lot of effort or not? She will tell stories also. Chanda Mama story and all stories. But she will not eat. You will run away from that. Right? But then how that child will grow? They will not grow. So the thing is, the effort or the support you require, you can directly come to management, ask whatever you need. Material you need, it will be provided. You need extra class revision, provided. You need some extra days of license for tool, it will be provided. So you need recorded session, it will be provided. You need extra some one more month time, it will be provided. All support you require for your preparation, it will be provided. Okay, from institute there will be 100% support till you get the job. So placement support will be 100%, right? There's no need to worry. But thing is, the only thing is it is a two-way thing. So whatever we are guiding and prepare the structure for you, you need to follow it strictly. For these 4 months, for this, sorry, 6 months, 6 to 7 months, you should forget everything, right? You should be dedicated on these, right? At least you should give some 2 to 3 hours time for these subjects. Remaining time you can do your personal work or whatever work you have, right? So that is what you should commit to. So if you follow this, definitely you will land up with a good job. Okay, it does not matter whether you are from tier 3 or tier 2 college or tier 4 college, any college you are from. So your percentage of marks is also not met. Some people will ask, right, I have this much of percentage in graduation, whether I'm eligible or not. It does not matter. It all matters whether your resume is getting shortlisted or not, and if you are getting it is getting shortlisted, whether how you are performing in interviews, right? That is more important. What
Sir,
if we
hello.
don't? Yes,
Sir,
yes, please.
actually, sir, I have some little bit knowledge on programming, that is C, C++, Python, and the Java as well. Sir, which side will be better for me, PD side or front end side?
So if you have basic C language, C HDL language is quite different from C language or not. But thing is, when we are writing a behavioral code, so it will be like if else statement, case statement, so these kind of things. But with having a good knowledge on digital system design will help you to write good HDL language also, right? But thing is, writing a basic code is very simple. But once we write a FIFO or more complex design where protocols will come, right? So protocols, different protocols are there. That time it might get difficult if you are not strong in programming, right? So I cannot tell that whether you are strong or not because I haven't seen, right? So you should be able to judge that yourself, like whether I'm really strong in coding, programming. If you're strong, then you can choose. And also, I'm telling that even if you're strong in programming, it does not mean you should take front end only. You can come to back end also if you're interested in back end. That programming skill will be helpful in your back end to grow. Why? Because, like I said, we are teaching here tickle script to back end people also, PD people also. Why we are teaching them programming? Why? Because it will help to automate the design. You will design faster using automation, using tickle script. So there that knowledge will be helpful to grow in PD faster. You understood?
Okay. Sir, we can
So
also use Python there instead of Tickle.
in tickle,
That
what you're
also, sir.
saying?
Sir, instead of Tickle, we can use also Python, sir. This is also scripting language, sir. Python.
You can use, there is no issue, but thing is why we are preferring tickle, that reason also I will tell. Because
Okay.
whatever EDA tools we are seeing, Synopsys ICC2 or Cadence Innovus tool, all these tools are built on tool command language. That is why it is called as tool command language. So the base of these EDA tools are built on what? Tickle script, TCL. That is why it is friendlier to that environment. So it's not like Python cannot be used. Python can also be used. Yes, it can be used. But the friendlier programming language to these EDA tools are TCL. Clear?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
So
Thank you.
what
Sir,
if
sir,
we?
sir, please, sir. Hello, sir. Sir,
Yes, yes.
sir,
Please.
sir, which one will be, sir, best for me, sir? Front end or back end?
See, how I can tell which one will be best without knowing what is your choices. You are asking like, what is my choices, apple or
And
orange? So first
I
you
mean,
should
sir, I
tell,
require your guidance.
they can suggest something.
Which is a bright career like stable job, package, or if you
Okay, with
consider all from all again.
okay, now you have given
Uh,
some clarity. Now I can tell something, right? So you are asking with
okay, sir.
respect to package, growth, companies, so which one is better, right? So if you
Yes, sir.
see both
Yes, sir.
TV and PD has good number of opportunities out in market. So you don't have to worry about which one is better for package and growth. But it is always observed that back-end people or physical design people are having more package compared to front end people. Slightly more. Yes, that is true. And growth wise also, PD people and back end people will grow in less time. So growth means promotion wise. So that way is faster
Okay.
compared to DV. Okay.
Okay, sir. Sir,
But not that much
job opening.
difference, but yes, slightly it is more.
The job opening also same for both. Number of job
So
openings.
in each and every, in each and every company, you will have both domains. DV and PD, both work is happening. In whatever
Okay, sir.
company name you say, service-based companies or product companies, both option will be there. Both domains will be there. What if we
Okay, sir.
don't have
So,
coding language? PD?
okay, sir.
So same
So, sir,
question.
one person can do also both, sir. After complete this, after joining in the company, one person want to learn another front end side or back end side, whatever, they can upgrade that knowledge also.
What you're saying? Can you repeat?
Sir, after complete this PD side or DV side, whatever one course, after complete one course, a person will join in the company. Then after that, he can upgrade himself to for further growth and for architect level.
Yes, yes. So this is whatever we are teaching here, this is the first level. You are at beginner's level, right? When you go at a
Okay, sir.
beginner's level for any job, any company, they will not expect higher knowledge, right? They will not expect very deep concepts. They will expect that at least you know PD flow correctly. Whatever we are doing, at least you have hands-on PD projects. So that is also we are covering here using EDA license tool, which is used in industry also for synthesis, for PD, and for STA for prime time. All these topics we will touch through hands-on, which is on EDA tools, which they are also expecting. Basic level understanding is required, not too much deep knowledge is required. That will obviously come with respect to when once you join a company, you will grow there, right? When you will start learning more some advanced topics, you will learn.
Sir, I am 2013 pass out. For me, sir, what will the suggestion?
So
13
yes,
to
this
20, I
so yes, this
sir,
question
13 to
will
20.
also
Okay, sir.
yes. I got your question.
Yes, sir.
So many people will say that I am 2013 pass out, 14 pass out, 12 pass out, right? So so first let me explain you a few things. What are the companies? Okay, what are the companies? So yes, we'll start from there only. So we have different types of VLSI companies, right? We have different types of VLSI companies here. One is product based, one is service based, one is EDA based. Yes, Monica, I will discuss that also. Product based, service based, and EDA based. So, what are all product based? Right, there are one more type, those are fabs, right? So, fabs we have ESMC, Fabrication Labs, ESMC. We have Global Foundry, we have Intel, so we have Samsung, right? So these are all what? Fab based companies. So here Intel and Samsung, they will also present here in product design based companies. So these are also product companies. Right? These are fabless companies. What are fabless companies? Which are only focused on designing the chips, right? Like Qualcomm, right? AMD, and Broadcom, Nvidia, and MediaTek. ARM. So there are many product companies which are only focused on design. Fabless means design. Now we have service-based companies like what? Wipro, L&T, Cisco, Insemi, HCL, Infosys. Insemi is now has become Infosys. Okay. Then we have like earlier there is Sankalp also. Sankalp Semiconductor has become HCL. Okay. There are many service-based company. Compared to product-based company, it is like 30 times more companies are present in service-based companies. More than 30. 30 times means I'm telling about good companies. So it is 30 times of product-based companies. So you have more number of companies present in service. Mirafara is there. So many companies. I will not write much here. Okay, so these are service companies. So what these okay, what are EDA companies? EDA based Synopsys. These are not developing any products, right? These are not developing any consumer products which will be used in ACs or washing machines and not mobile phones. They are not developing those things. They are only working on CAD based tools, right? They are working on tool development. So what kind of tool? All tools which are available in Synopsys, Cadence, right? Mentor graphics. Now it has Mentor graphics. So there are many, right? These are major EDA tool companies. Synopsys, Cadence, or Mentor Graphics, right? They are working for tool development. Okay. Now, what are service-based companies? Service-based companies are those companies which are giving services to product. So if you join a service company, right? So they will train you on that particular topic, and then they will see if you are prepared or not to go into product company. So which will be your client location where you will be working on physical designs on those products, right? So they will be giving you salary. Who will be giving you salary? They will be service based companies. They will be your parent company. So they will be giving you salary and giving the service to product companies. So as an engineer, you will be sent as a contractor to these product companies. So you will be working there for a 1 year, maybe 1 year contract, 2 year contract. It depends, company to company and service based to company to company. So by during that time, these product based companies will be paying to these service based companies, right? Now, secondly, one more aspect is there that so initially when you join a service based companies, so as a intern or as a trainee, you will be given like 15,000 to 20,000 of stipend kind of amount. But later on you will get a good salary. So you'll get around 50,000 per month, 60,000 per month easily once you go into client location, once you start working on project, right? So some companies will give you training for 2 months, 1 month, or some companies will give training for 6 months also in service base, right? Then they will send you to product companies. So there, after you go into product companies, after 6 months or 3 months duration, your salary will become from 15,000 to 50,000 or 60,000 per month. Okay. So this is product-based companies. Product-based companies usually prefer hiring from tier 1 colleges. Okay, they will not go for tier 2 and tier 3. So mostly tier 1 colleges they will take them. Whereas service-based company, any you are from any college, they will take you. Your percentage also does not matter. Only thing matter is that you perform well in interview. You have good conceptual knowledge. They will recruit you. So there are many. Let's say if there are 10 companies here in product, here you will find 300 companies. So 30 times more compared to product companies. You will have more service-based companies. Okay. So what about fabs companies? It is in 2 digits number. 10 to 12, 10 to 15 fab companies are there, right? So in India, we don't have any fab companies. So it is almost so 70% anyhow market is kept hold by TSMC, 70 to 80%. So whatever design team is going to design, right? So 70% of it is going to TSMC only for fabrication. So Qualcomm is also sending lot of chips to TSMC only for fabrication of their that whatever design they're getting GDS to, right? Clear? This is our company. Now coming back to the question which is asked. So yes, with respect to the pass out year, right? So if you are passing out 2013, 2011, and you have a year gap, in that case, what will happen? So I think many of you have year gap. So in that case, you can opt for service-based companies. You can go there, they will train you and send it to you in product-based company. So that is not an issue, right? You will definitely get a job and you will be sent it to client for physical design job. Then there is next thing. What if you are a recent pass out? So there is no issue with this. If you're 2013 pass out, 11 pass out, or 2016 pass out also. But thing is, you have a big gap, right? So that must be justified properly. If you can justify this gap, then there is no issue, right? Now the second thing, sorry, not 2016. So 2013, right? So there is a gap. There is a huge gap. Now you can justify this gap, what you are doing in that gap. Definitely that question will be asked. So you should be preparing to justify that gap, whether you are preparing for any government jobs, whether you are preparing or some problem was there, some issue was there. So you should be justifying that answer properly, right? So then it is fine. So it's not like you will not be given opportunity even you are 2013 pass out. Yes, you will be given opportunity. So I have seen in my last batches, I've seen many cases. So people were there from 2011 pass out also, 2012 pass out also. These people also has landed to a good service-based company job. But thing is, they need to work hard. They need to be sincere. They need to follow whatever guided here. If they are lacking anything, if they are taking lightly, if they are not serious, then it is very difficult for them to land into one good job. Clear? Now there is second scenario where people are recent pass out 2025. So there is a misconception here about that recent pass outs are not getting jobs, right? Freshers who are just recent pass out 2025, like Monica has asked here. So thing is, it's not true. So for 2020 25 or recent pass out will also get job. So there are many companies which give freshers in job in VLSI sector. Those companies are Wipro, L&T, Cisco, right? So there are different types of projects also, right? There are projects called as on-site project. There are projects called as ODC projects. There are projects called as um, in-house project, right? So there are different types of project. So usually service based company, when they send any contractor or any physical design engineer to product company, so that is called as on-site project, because you are going to the exact client's location. That becomes what? On-site project. So there are different type of project also. Now sometimes product company, what they will do, there is a big project, right? It is a very big architecture. They cannot able to do all those big work because they do not have that much of manpower capacity. What they will do, so some percentage of project parts, maybe 30%, 40% of project part or some subsystem, they will send it to some service based company, right? So suppose Wipro or Insemi, so these all company having its own ODC projects. Those are called as ODC projects. What does ODC means? Offshore projects, right? So what will happen? You will have the project in your company itself. Let's say Qualcomm or AMD is giving some ODC project to Insemi or Cisco, right? They will have the project here, right? Now what will happen? So you don't have to go to on-site. You can work in that company itself. right? So there you will be having your own team, which is internal to your company. You don't have to go to on-site and work in different team. So you will have your internal team from your company itself. You will have a separate dedicated team which will be from your company only. There will be no external person in that company, and you have to deliver that uh, assignment which is given from product, right? Clear? This is ODC project. So those who are from 2025 or fresher, they have a lot of big opportunity for ODC project. They require, so usually people or service-based companies will hire them for ODC projects only, because they are fresher and they cannot cope up with the on-site project easily. It will not be easy for them. That is why they will prefer freshers only for ODC project, not who are pass out 3-4 years back, right, or more than that. The freshers are usually preferred for ODC project only. There you have opportunities, right? But the catch here is, so always ODC project will not be available, right? In year, suppose Wipro are there, InSemi is there, or some companies there, they will have projects like in year they will have 2 ODC project. They will have 4 ODC project. Each project will require 30 to 40%, right? So then they will hire. So even if you have completed course as a fresher 2025 pass out, so it is important to know that whether that time any company is starting ODC project or not. If it is starting, definitely they will hire you in that company, right? If they do not have ODC projects, maybe that month or maybe next 2-3 months they might not hire. After 3 months ODC project may come, that time they will start hiring for 2025 freshers. Clear what I have said? It's not like they will not take. I have told you that also, where you will be getting recruited. So these companies will hire fresher also in Semi, Cisco, L&T, Wipro. So these are having ODC projects, internal projects. Right? What is in-house projects? Suppose some companies will be developing small products also, very small designs, right? That is very less complex. That is called as in-house projects. So in that case also, you will be recruited. Clear? So it is not like your 2025 or 2013 pass out. So for different pass out year, scenario is different, demand is different. Okay. So as a fresher, you will not be preferred for on-site location in most cases. So you'll be preferred for ODC kind of projects. Clear?
Yes, sir. Clear.
What are the companies for physical design will be there in placement? So almost all design companies has physical design. Without physical design domain, there is no product companies, there is no service company. You name it, physical design will be definitely there. Right? Why? Because without physical implementation, how your design cycle will complete? Just now we have seen what? Asset flow, right? Complete design cycle from front end to back end till tape out of chip. Right? It is very much important that we have a physical design engineer also in a company. As a fresher, it's tough to get a job in PD, then verification. So the toughness is all depends on what are your choices or what is your USP. USP means in which thing you are good at, right? Some people are good in cooking, some people are good in sports, some people are good in arts, some people are good in something else, right? So if you tell Sachin Tendulkar to become a physical design engineer, so he cannot become, right? Because he is good in sports. And if I tell you to become a Neeraj Chopra javelin throw and get a gold medal for India, so you cannot become, right? So person to person, they are good in something, right? You should be trying to evaluate yourself that I'm good in programming or non-programming domain, or I'm good in conceptual based physical implementation that tracks me, that pulls me, that motivates me, that inspires me. So you should choose based upon this. based upon your interest. This is first thing. Second thing is, of course, with respect to package, with respect to growth, with respect to future also, you should think which is more growing, which is having more package. Of course, that is also true. You should think. I have to already told that PD has backend has slightly more package as compared to design verification. So there is nothing like tough or easy. Got it? We want
Sir, hello.
graphs in PD. Yes, please tell me.
Sir, how you will present a software engineer versus our VLSI engineers?
How you
In
will?
how you will present, sir? How you will present software engineers versus VLSI engineers
See,
according to
both
all
are.
angles in job stability, growth, respect, everything, sir.
You
Please, sir.
want comparison on software versus the. See, first of all, you are trying to compare apple with oranges, right? See, both are completely different thing.
Okay.
So software is what? Software is completely programming based job, software based job. And what is VLSI? It is completely hardware, right? Hardware designing. We are focused on designing circuits. So whenever it comes to hardware designing, circuit designing, we require a lot of basic conceptual engineering knowledge. Programming is not sufficient. Whereas in IT jobs or in software job, if you know two basic language, that is C and C++, you can survive some years very easily, right? That is one point. Plus, even if some more programming knowledge is required, that is definitely related to same as C++ only. So if you see any language, you name it, Python, Ruby, right, C sharp or Java, .NET, all has conditional loops, all has case statements, all has oops concept, right? So concept wise, it is same. What is changing in these programs? Syntax, right? Logic is changing, not changing. Logic is also same. Only syntax is changing in this programming language. Whether subject knowledge of electronics and electrical required, concept is required, power, timing, you have to think about that. No, we don't have to think about any hardware or engineering related parameters. So even if you have done electronics, that is of no use. You cannot use it in that field. So that is about interest. Based upon this, you can categorize your interest. Now, with respect to your growth, package, and career things, right? So, of course, you see nowadays we are in a phase in a world of what AI, right? Nowadays AI is becoming dangerous and dangerous, right? We are seeing a lot of people are having taking the good advantage of AI and bad advantage of AI also, right? So whatever we were doing earlier, people used to write long codes. Now you have seen that codes can be easily written in very less than no time, right? So why we require so much of engineer in IT when chat gpt can or any AI tool can do very easily? We need a good instructor who can give correct prompt, right? That kind of AI engineer is required. If you write correct prompt, it will automatically generate correct results only or close to correct results. So of course, so there will be reduction in manpower, right, in IT in coming future. That will be there.
Yes, sir.
So automation
Exactly,
is
sir.
very high in IT right nowadays. So we are not developing new kind of codes. It will be repeated codes only. So where it comes to hardware engineering, so thing is it is all depends on technology nodes, right? On what technology nodes is working. It is not like we are working on 2 nanometer, 3 nanometer does not mean that 180 nanometer designs are scrapped. You understanding what I'm telling? It is not like 180 nanometer designs are worst and 2, 3 nanometer designs are best. It is based on requirements. 180 nanometer designs are robust in nature, right? These kind of designs are usually used in military grade operations, military grade products, space products, and medical appliances. Why? Because these chips will be handling extreme weather condition, extreme robust condition, See, if you see a military grade laptop, they will take that laptop to any river, lake, mud, dust, desert, any high temperature zone 50, minus 10 degrees Celsius. In every places that laptop will perform with a good performance. It is robust in nature. And you will find that that laptop is not lightweight. It is heavy and it consumes lot of power. That is why, because it is robust in nature. If for 2 nanometer and 3 nanometer, if you give more power, what will happen? Those metal layers will degrade. It will get heat up because thinner metal layer is usually have what? Higher resistance. It will break off, heating will happen, right? So whereas in air jets or space program, we need robust chips. It should not fail. And when it should not fail, when you have thicker metal layer or when you have good more bigger size, right? If you see earlier days, Pentium 4, Pentium 2, Pentium 3, these kind of architectural Intel architectural PCs were there. You've seen big PCs, monitor, CPU, right? So what is the difference here? That was very robust. If you see in some government offices, RTO offices, still now they are using same Pentium 4 only. If you go into remote areas, you will find those PCs. Why? Because it is very robust. Those chips are developed on higher technology node. But nowadays, if you see your phones, how much it survives? In 3 to 4 years, it starts degrading. Memory full, hang, right? It will not operate with same performance when you have purchased the first day, right? Clear? What I am telling here, that it is a hardware design, right? Which is not easy to automate, where we require a lot of conceptual engineering and electronic subject knowledge. Clear? That is the difference here. So of course, now if you see, VLSI trend is increasing. Even in India, there is a prediction in some magazine, I think Outlook or Forbes, I forgot the magazine name. They have predicted the financial growth of VLSI in India by 2050. It will be like 10 times more than what is present today, right? More than 10
Sometimes
times.
sir also VLSI engineers are getting more than software engineers, sir. I have seen, sir.
Not sometimes, always.
Always. Yes, sir. Right, sir.
Okay.
Sir, I am doing job, sir.
Yes, sir.
Online
Thing
coaching.
is,
Which type of online coaching can I take, sir?
thing is, there is no mass hiring here like in IT. If you see in colleges, what will happen? They will come with trucks and they will take 200, 300 people. That is called as mass hiring. In one go, they will take in trucks. Right? But that thing does not happen in VLSI, because VLSI is not only about some logic or some two programming knowledge, right? It is all about, you should also have some subject knowledge with that. Then only they will take you. If you do not have subject knowledge, how you will survive? How you will design? How you will do the critical thinking? How you will optimize power? How you will create a low power design? How you will create a better timing? How you will create a faster frequency devices? How you'll create a robust devices, right? So if you see any space programs, those are calculated at 6 decimal precision. The values which are calculated and calibrated on 6 decimal accuracy or precision. We want to grasp in PD early in need to study any digital electronics and Verilog subject. See, basic knowledge of digital electronics is required. Till where? Till sequential logics. You should cover all basics of digital circuits, combinational plus sequential. Basic knowledge is of course required till sequential circuits. But the FSM part is there, right? In digital circuit, finite state machine, that is not required in physical design. You don't require to study all those things, right? Verilog is required or not in physical design? So not required. We are not using Verilog code, but understanding on what is what, at least basic, what are all behavioral code, what are all models, how synthesis work, it converts into gate level netlist. So at least that basic knowledge should be clear. Mastering Verilog is not required in PD. what are I am weak in programming
Sir, I
skill,
am
will
doing
there?
job.
Yes, yes. Please ask.
Sir, I am doing job, sir. Weekdays is best. Weekend days is best, sir, for learning
You are
online
doing?
classes. I am doing job, sir.
Yes, you
Online
can.
classes in
Correct. If you are
weekdays
working
is best.
person,
Weekend is best.
yes, I understood your question. If you're working person, right, you can opt for weekend batches. So how those weekend batches will work, I have already explained that it will also start from basics only, right? But thing is, it will happen only in weekends. So you will have two sessions, maybe Saturday morning you will have some subject and afternoon you will have another subject. So once PD advance starts, morning will be for theory, afternoon will be for labs, right? Once there is a PD basics, then you will have two subjects, maybe morning and afternoon both. In that way your course will be completed. The rest of
But
the
I
things you
have
can.
duty in Saturday, Sunday. What can I do, sir? Saturday, Sunday, I have duty. I have duty.
So which
I'm in
days
work
you
in
are available? Which days you are
what,
available?
sir?
Which days you are available?
Only one day, sir. Sunday or Saturday. Only one day leave. 1 day week off, sir. Only 1 day.
Oh, you are saying Saturday you are working, but Sunday is your off.
Sir. Only 1 day working. What can I do, sir? 1 day leave now.
That kind of option, I think you should check with one's management on that. So in that case, what you can do on
Okay.
so definitely you will be provided with recorded session. So Saturday, which you have missed the session, live session, during evening time, whenever you have time, you can watch that recorded session and make notes. And Sunday you can attend class. In
Okay.
that way you can manage. Or else see, we
Okay.
have
Okay.
all days classes only. From Monday to Saturday, Sunday, every day we have batches. So this is a slightly different case. In that case, you have to watch recorded session on Saturday and Saturday you can attend classes. So we'll move to next
But
question.
I absent in Saturday. Attendance is low. Placement is considered or not considered, sir. Attendance low, sir.
What consider?
But Saturday I have duty now. I not able to attend the session. Attendance low na low percentage na. In
That
placement eligible or not, sir?
yes, that thing you can once check with management
Attendance.
because that kind of batch schedule we do not have. Like I said, if even if you want to attend Saturday, you can attend for you can watch recorded session which will be provided to you. You can once check with management
Okay.
on that whether that option is available or not for 1 day off people. So I am Praveen. I am 2020 pass out. I have 3 years of experience in IT. Now I am trying to switch into PD. Is it right time or not? And possible to move? I get placement soon? Right. See, like I said, placement is not dependent on only one way. So placement is also depend on how you are eating the food and digesting also, right? We will be covering all subject, everything support will be giving, but how much is your effort? How you are responding to those subject is also important. And yes, this is the right time to enter into VLSI because VLSI is moving coming years.
Um, so I'm
May I
having
know
same.
what? Yes, please. May I know what minimum percentage companies usually expect in academic? Is it 60, 65%, 70%? See, there is no percentage criteria, I will tell you, unless and until you go into any product company. Product company has percentage criteria more than 75%, more than 80% also. If you are going to service company, there is no percentage criteria except few service companies.
Sir,
Job placement.
so
Mhm.
I'm having three plus years of experience in IT. If I'm moving to the side, that experience will consider or not. So as
That
I
experience, understood. That experience will not be considered because two, like I said, two are two different things. One is software, one is hardware, right? How we can consider that experience? So usually, most of the companies will consider the experiences, but thing is, it is reasonable enough to take you to recruit you because that gap is justifiable because you are doing something, right? You are doing IT job, so you will be recruited. That gap or that experience will not go in vain. But thing is, you will be joining here as a fresher only. That experience will not be considered.
Okay, coming to the package session, my experience, now I'm getting 5 LPA. If I'll go to a fresher, same I'll get an 5 to 7 LPA or else the double
Same,
LPA.
same,
Okay,
same, same thing. Because that experience is not considered, right?
yeah,
So that will not be considered. Yes, correct.
okay.
Job placement will be provided only inside India or overseas job support will be there, right? So it will be mostly inside India only. The course is completed, but he hasn't got a job. How will you support him? So if course is completed, if some guy is there, is not getting a job, right? First thing is we should think how much effort I have given to the course, whether I have done everything or not. Still, if that guy is not getting a job, so whatever support he requires, he will get. Suppose he requires revision classes, he didn't understood some topics, so that revision class also we will provide to you. Suppose he needs some extra time for tools or something, some license extension, that is also given here. Apart from that, what support you require? You tell me. Hmm? Directly job. But okay, I will give you direct job, right? I will make you prime minister. Whether you can survive there, you cannot. I will make you. I will give you. I will send you to international cricket team. Next World Cup, you only play. Whether you are able to play that World Cup, so you have to learn. There is no other way. You have to learn the skill. There is no second option. There is no free job. No one will feed you free of cost without work. That is for sure. Even if you got the job by hook and crook, let's say, in some case, let's say you haven't studied, sometimes will come, right? In movies they will show suddenly that person has become topper, not studied anything. That happens only in movies, right? But after that you have to survive or not. How you will survive? If you are not working, then people will take you out. It is not right. That is a universal rule. Then what is terminal? So terminal terms are usually used in Innovus. So like I said, there is no difference in ICC2 and Innovus tools. Innovus tools are cadence tool. So in Innovus cadence tool, the ports are usually called as terminals. And these terminals are usually term which is used for the SoC level chips. So if you have a top level chips, so the interface ports are nothing but called as terminals. How is the lab session and test conducted for e-learning students? So lab sessions, you will have full access. You have to attend live lab sessions. They will be mentoring and training you in that. Regarding tests, so you will be provided with the test link. That test link will open. You have to submit answer. You have to write answers and you have to submit within time. That is for e-learning students. After joining, if I am attending classes in online mode, so I will get one-to-one attention. If there are any problem occur in projects or something I didn't get it in theory session. Yes, if required, if you are facing lot of issue not understanding, so the person who is training, he will give you help in that. Once session is over, you can approach the trainer or you can approach the management that I need some extra one-to-one separate session. That you can ask from management. That is provided. One-to-one session is also available. What are the timings for weekdays online mode batch? Weekdays online mode. So weekdays online mode batch usually will have it on morning sessions. Let's say there is another batch which is consumed by morning session. All classrooms are full, then it will shift to afternoon session. It all depends on number of batch which is running parallel or based upon your choices also. So mostly it will be on morning session only from 10 to 1 o'clock. What are the timings? But PD have less openings for fresher than verification. So this we cannot generalize whether PD has less openings or not. It is all whatever people are listening and saying. It is all based upon saying. People with respect to their company only they can tell. Only institute can tell you more bigger scenario because we are dealing and we are having partners with different companies. So better scenario can be provided by institute itself. So in that case, I will tell you that the opportunities are there for both freshers and both who are pass out long back, right? But thing like I explained you that you have to go with different projects. So like I said, if you are a recent fresher, you will not be sent to on-site project very easily. They will first train you for 6 months, 1 year if they recruit, and after that you will be sent to ODC projects. ODC projects are comparatively easier projects compared to on-site project because you will have your own internal team from your same company. So coordination will be better compared to on-site. On-site you will be one-man army, right? You have to work with that high competitive team which is present in product company. So people who are fresher usually they are not able to sustain there. So that is why they will not send you for on-site if you are a recent fresher. How many sectors in backend PD? See in PD, once we go into product company, so synthesis, there will be separate team for synthesis. They'll be working only for RTL to gate level netlist conversion work. In physical design, they'll be working on floor plan, placement, CTS and routing. This is PD team. So there will be separate PV team also, physical verification team. Their work is to verify physical attributes, physical rules provided by Foundry. That is separate team. Then we have PDN team also. Their work is to make sure that your power grid strength is intact. It should not be weaker. Intact means what? Your voltage drop should not be there. IR drop should not be more than 10%. These kind of goals they will try to meet. That is the work of PDN team, right? Then we have STA team also, separate STA team. So STA team work will be completely focused on timing, writing ECOs given to PD, right? So in this institute, from synthesis to PD, you will be taught everything, right? So most 80% focus will be on physical design only. Okay.
Hey, hello, hi. Sir, I am working in a product-based company on a full chip level.
Hmm.
Okay. So I want to learn some partition level implementation like PNR. So is this course is sufficient for that?
SIP partition level is once we learn the block level design, then only
Mhm.
we will move towards partition level understanding, right? But here we are not dealing with the partition level, how we will do partitioning and all. But of course, usually in my batches, I will take those concepts and topics that once we have a floor plan, how it is partitioned, based upon what factors it is partitioned. But in labs, we don't have partitioning of blocks.
So that block level implementation is nothing but that PNR floor, correct?
Floor plan placement, CTS, and routing, starting from
That is
synthesis.
PNR only. Yes. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
PNR.
So one more thing on website, I saw some self-paced learning course also available in which they will provide some recorded video lectures. So the content
Mm.
of that recorded videos and this batch will be same or it will be different?
No, it will be different. The recorded sessions which are there in self-learning websites, right? Those videos will not be usually not updated with the current live batches. Live batches recording will be given to the live classes only, who are opted for the live classes attendees, right? So those videos will be like 1 year old, maybe 2 years old, right? Those are not updated videos. The current
Those
live
lectures
classes
will be
session.
taken by those lectures will be taken by you guys only, right? Or some different
Uh,
faculty for those
the
things.
different trainers might be there. Not sure if it is same trainer or different trainer. They might be different trainer also. It can be older videos also. So always prefer for live classes current batch, because we will be updating the live classes also based upon current trend. What is required in market, we will model the course accordingly.
Okay. Okay.
So,
Okay.
okay,
Fine.
next question.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sir, next question is, sir, do we have the permission to change the course in the middle of course after PD basics? If say I want to change to PD to DFT to vice versa, is it possible? And also for online student, what is the video retention period for recorded session, or it available for entire 6 months? It is available for 6 months. Okay, there is no issue in that. So recorded videos will be available till your course. Second thing he has asked whether we can change the domain in the middle of session or not. Let's say after your basics are completed, so usually it is not preferred, and institute also will not support in changing the domain. Means it is good for you only. If you change the, like, whatever basics are taught to you, it is taught with respect to your domain, specific domain. Like if you see for design verification people, front end people, CMAS subject will not be taught to them, right? Whereas for PD people, physical implementation, we are teaching CMAS, and we will also teach some layout also, how to draw layout, what are all metal layers, what are all base layers, what are physical attributes related to technology. All those will discussed in CMAS, but that will not be discussed in design verification. Like in design verification people, they will be taught with some scripting language like Perl, that will be not taught to you. TCL scripts will be taught to you as a part of basics because you are opted for PD domain. So even if you want to change into different domain, you will lose those basic subject knowledge which is taught with respect to that domain. Is it clear?
Hi, sir. This is Praveen. Actually, I am currently in Dubai, actually, out of country. So if I want
Mhm.
like hard copy, I have the subjects or course hard copy. So how do I get it actually? If I get the soft copy, I can take a printout here, so I can able to use it for my reference.
See, I have told that there is a soft copy available in website which can be referred. I am not sure whether it is downloadable or not. You can once check with management whether the soft copy is downloadable or not, or we can get the printout or not.
Okay, so okay. Sir, for paid student, it will be downloadable. You are
For
telling?
paid student, you will get the printed notes. Why you want to download?
Okay, sir.
You
Sir,
get
so
the print.
for soft copy, it will be stored in laptop, na, sir. It will be easy to follow, sir, rather than hard copy.
That I am not sure whether that same thing. I'm not sure whether it is downloadable or PDF is provided or not. But for paid student,
Okay,
regular
sir.
batch student will be provided with printed notes, hard copy. How
Okay,
many
sir.
projects we are going to do here in full course? So main there will be one project we will be following dedicatedly. Apart from that, we will also give you second project as assignment. Sir, you are the only physical trainer, or each and every new recruiting batch has different physical trainer? So I'm not the only physical trainer here, physical design engineer. So there are other physical design engineer trainers are also available here, right? Based upon the availability of trainers, the batch will be allotted. So it depends on your So depends on trainer to trainer and batch to batch. So it all depends what are our choices. When will be the advanced PD batch start? After 2.5 months. Class end. Is it also used for front end? What is used for front end? Functional verification done in PD. No, functional verification, functional check we will have. That is called as LEC check, logical equivalence check. Because once you have got the synthesis netlist, right? Now you have to do floor plan. You have done floor plan, you have done placement, you have done PNR. Now your netlist is same or different? .v file, is it same? It will be different or not? Why? Because you're inserting lot of buffer as a part of optimizing your design. So your netlist will change. So that time you need to do functional LEC check. That is called as logical equivalence check. You have to compare with your golden netlist which you got from synthesis, which the second netlist which you got from PRO, post route optimization after routing. So these two .v files will be compared. If these two .v file passes the functionality check, LEC check, then we'll say that LEC is passed. The website mentioned that we have tools. Yes, there the two tools option is also there. Like I said, regarding fees or regarding other stuff, you should the financial thing you should ask with management on that. The thing is, you should definitely get what Synopsys ICC2. The two tools will be there, Cadence and Synopsys ICC2. So any other questions you want to ask?
Sir, Synapses Cadence, how can I use, sir? Only one tool use na.
What?
Synapses Cadence two tool how can you use, sir? Only tool one use na.
What? Wait. Please silent. I am not able to understand this question. Yes, please repeat what you're saying.
Sir, Synapses Cadence are two tools. Only use one tool na.
See,
Work one.
the thing is, you cannot walk on two boats. Okay, one leg on one boat, another leg on another boat. First, you have to learn one tool with all concept. If you have understood the concept, then you should move to next tool. So, like I said, after 6 months, you will be given option whether you want that tool or not, or you want directly job. Thing is that you don't have to wait for another 1 or 2 months after 6 months completion. If you are getting a job, you go into job. There you will get all the tools, Synopsys, Innovus, and they will train you. Why you are wasting for 2 months extra? Suppose if you think, no, I will not go into job or job placement. I still want to learn 2 months more for Innovus and all. Then you can choose that option. So there is a exit option is there after 6 months.
Sir, in
So
this
that is
course
the choices.
only
That is
one tool will be used. That is Synopsys only.
one tool is sufficient enough
Hello,
to
sir.
get the job. Because what I will tell you,
Only one tool will
last
be used, sir,
3 months,
in course.
last 3 months only we got Innovus or Cadence licenses only. Before last 3 months, whatever batches has been passed out from here, right? They all have got job based upon Synopsys ICC2 only. Right? This is the last 3 months only we have started this. We can
Sir,
batch.
hello, sir.
Yes, please tell me.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Sir, in this course only one tool will be used, na? That is Synopsys.
Is it? Not clear, some noise is coming.
Uh, Sir, in this course only one tool will be used, na, sir. That is only Synopsys.
See, wait. I
Salary
will explain more clearly. Hello? Yeah, you can come. See, I will tell you clearly here. First 6 months, right? Out of that, 2.5 months is for basics, right? 4 months is for PD advance, right? In this, your project will be carried on ICC2, Synopsis ICC2. So this is 6 months. After that, you will be provided with placement support, job placement support, right? So you will have lot of mock interviews, you'll give test. If you get a job opportunity, you can land up into one job, right? You don't have to wait. Suppose still you say that I don't want job. I want to learn 2 months more. I want Innovus also. So that option is also there. For 1 to 2 months, you will be provided Innovus training, right? That is from Cadence. So that is based upon your choices at this time. So you can decide now or later, it all depends on you. If you don't want this, I want job, you can directly go to job only, right? This is all choices. That time also you can choose. It's not like you have to choose now only. You can, but this is fixed. The 6 month is fixed. This will be definitely given. After that, it is based upon your choices. You want to take or not. If you, so some people will be there, will be taking that, no, I want job immediately. I don't want to wait. So they will take job and they will go. So some people will say, I want this. So you can take that also. That option is also available.
Sir, that one also free, sir.
Hmm?
That one also free, sir.
That
Cadence tool.
that depends on what kind of training we are opting for. So there also we have different options, whether we want only skill based or we want different projects or we want extension on that. So it all depends. So course structure, you can, I mean, with respect to the fees and how much will be the fees, you can check with one's management. What will be that? Whether fees will be there or not there. It all
Sir,
depends
in this
on
course, sir, in this course it is not available.
what you're
Sir,
saying.
in this course it is not available. Cadence is not available in this course. Sir,
See, first
cadence
of
is not
all,
available in this course. Not included, I think.
see, what I am telling, I have already told, right? This 6 months, 2.5 months is for basic, 4 months is for PD advanced ICC2 tool will be used to design. After that, you have choice. Choice means you understand, right? You are going to choose or not choose. If you want to choose, you will get. If you don't want to choose, you won't get.
If
Clear?
someone will be choose, sir, then extra money will be needed.
Yes, if you want to choose, you will get. If you don't want to choose, if you want to, I want to get job without that also, that is also option available. Both options are there. Clear, right? You people are getting what I am
Okay, sir. Okay.
telling.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
So project will be on 14 nanometer and 28 nanometer projects will be there. See, tool is, like I said, tool is just a medium, right? So only thing is difference in command, like programming languages. So concept wise, same. Only thing is syntax are different. Same as, is it Innovus or ICC? Both tools are used in industry. Once you go in industry, you will find both flows and they will train you first, right? It's not like they will push you to go and learn this. They will, if something is there which needs to be trained, it will train you for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. That is also there. If you don't want, let's say you are not getting job, if you want extra support, that also you can take. That choice is also there. So there is no issue in that. So just wait for 5 to 5 minutes. So from management, we have a manager from this institute. So he wants some few words to deliver to you.
Okay, sir.
So regarding any related to non-technical things, you can ask questions to him.
Which way? Oh, okay. So myself, Vaibhav. I think all of you, few of you might have met me or had a call with me regarding the course enrollment and all. Okay, and it's a quite bit around 3 to 4 hour session has happened. Quite a lengthy session, right? Okay, but I hope you have got an in-depth clarity of the technical things what you are going to learn, where you will land up, what is the career scope after 2 years, what will you will be having after 5 years down the line, or after 10 to 12 years down the line, what should be your expectation, correct? So those things I hope it is clear.
Yes,
Coming
sir.
to how this training will go ahead. Okay, so how I will do is I will just take 10 minutes of you where I will explain entire process, and then we will have a question and answers for another 10 to 15 minutes where I will clarify all your queries. Is it clear? Okay. So
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. I think you're not audible.
So when it comes to physical design course, we are having two courses, that is in freshers also as well as working professionals. What is the difference between the freshers and the working professionals? When it comes to working professionals who is already into VLSI domain or physical design domain, and he wanted to add some more projects for his client requirements, or he wants to switch. Suppose he has worked for 2 years and he want to switch, for that purpose he want to do some more projects. That's why he can directly opt for projects. Now what is the benefit for him directly going to the projects? He's already into the physical design domain, so he knows TCL, he knows PD fundamentals, everything he is already aware. He has the hands-on over the tools also, like ICC2, prime time, star IC. He does the grip on, he does have that grip. But when it comes to freshers, we don't have. What we know about physical design is maximum we know is about digital design that we learned in your academics, followed by you have might be knowing about the CMOS fundamentals, right? Because I don't think TCL is there in any of the academics. Max to max, if I know, then in VLSI we have the Verilog subject in third year or final year, max to max, right? So if you are a fresher who wants to get a job into industry, it is mandatory that you should have a strong on the basics. Why, that also I will tell you. See, let's come to a part of placement. We have tie up with 80 plus companies that includes product based as well as service based. If I knew name few of them is Samsung, Intel, Qualcomm, NXP Semiconductors, Western Digital, and many more are there. But what is company's expectation when you are applying for a job? What is their expectation? See, if they are hiring someone, now suppose if you go to Naukri or LinkedIn, any job portal you go, you will find 5 years experience, correct? So if I apply the 5 years experience, then the company's expectation is I should be holding a senior position, right? So based on the hiring requirements, expectation varies, correct? If they are having hiring a requirement of 5 years experience, they will be looking for their expectations as a senior team lead position. But when they are hiring a trained freshers, then they are aware that they are hiring a candidate who is at a fresher level, but he has the hands-on over the tools, he has a strong fundamentals. He is just not a fresher who has read only the books and clears the exam. So companies are not having expectations that you should have worked on 2 nanometer, you should have worked on real time projects. No, Companies are having expectations that you are strong with the projects or the industry standard tools. Last week we have done the interviews for HCL, we have done the interviews for Alphawave. In that interview, the interview has gone for 2 hours. Within that 2 hours, they have spent 1.5 hours only on digital. Then they asked, okay, what projects you have done? Because why they are focusing much more on the basics fundamentals, it is because when you go to the industry, you will be not getting the client directly. There will be a senior person who will be working on the client, and some part of his job or his responsibilities, he will hand over it to you to see whether you are able to do or not. So that even if you are not able to do during your first year of job, he will rectify the errors, he will review each and every step, and then he will forward to the client. Next year they will give you the client. Am I clear? Now you should be very thorough with what we are teaching. We are 100% sure that whatever syllabus that we are covering, it is not on a part on a, what we can say, yeah, it is not on the basis of a fresher candidate. Someone who is thorough with all the topics that we are doing, he can apply as minimum of 1 year experience or 1.5 years experience candidates. Since we are covering that in-depth knowledge, companies are considering our profiles. Now, when it comes to requirements, how the requirements are coming into the market, how the hiring requirements are coming. Yes, anyone is aware? So I will tell you the hiring requirements. If I follow the standard processes, I am working in a team. So then one of my colleague is leaving, right? So I will inform the HR of my company that in my team this is the requirement. Then they will go to Naukri, LinkedIn, and any other platforms where they will post a job, and whoever applies, they will scrutinize the profiles, and then they will schedule the interview, that HR round, technical discussion, everything, right? One thing, as a VLSI Guru Institute, we are not following that process. Since we are established in 2012, we are connected to 80 plus companies as the technical recruiters. Our students itself are working at a senior position. In that aspect, when our students are working, suppose in my team one person is leaving, I will not inform the HR, I will inform some institutes where I am connected, and I will ask the profile. I will forward the profile to him or her, then he will ask the HR to call that person. Giving an example of HCL, they were having requirements for 5 candidates. They have not gone for open platform hiring from other institutes also. They have told us that if you have profiles, please share, or else they will go for the open platform. Why is it so? It is only because from past 5 to 6 years, whatever profiles we were sending, they are doing well, their performance is good, and they are now at a senior position. So company is having a mindset that students coming from VLSI Guru are good and they are performing. But how we will make sure that the candidates are good? For that reason, when it comes to a dedicated 6 months, it won't be like you're coming, you're attending session, you're going. No, it won't be like that. After every module, what are the modules in the basics? Digital design, TCL scripting, PD fundamentals, CMOS basics. After every module, there will be evaluation. If you perform well in the evaluation, what I mean by perform well, out of 10 you should score 8, and then we will add you to the next module. So that is about the good things. If you perform well, you will get. What if you are not able to perform? If you are not able to perform, we will add you to the next module, but we will give you 10 days time to revise the thing. I will conduct one evaluation, I will share the feedback that you are not good in CMOS basics, and then 10 days break I will give, and again I will evaluate. In that also, suppose in first you scored 5, in next you scored 7, still third time I will give you one option to attend a mock interview after 10 days. In that also, if you are not performing well, we will ask you to revise the thing, to repeat the training, because we have the modules repeating every after 5 weeks. Because if you want to attend the lectures, see, entire 4 years of engineering you attended lectures, yes, at the end what you have got? A beautiful degree certificate. Apart from that, let's talk on a practical note, right? So this is the difference it makes. So this is the platform where you have to invest 6 months from a learning perspective. I have people who are coming offline and online, entire tool access is there, all of you have got a dedicated mentor, where suppose now also we have the session done, it is 100% sure that all of you have got maximum to 80% only. Some part you might have missed. That's the reason we have the recordings. Every live session recordings are shared to your InSkill portal that will be available for 2 weeks. Still on that, if you have any queries, you can solve. Me, I'm not here only a manager, I handle the entire placement. So for the placements perspective, I am not worried of your what is your pass out year. I'm not worried of what is your percentage. I am also not worried of you are from which college, which institute. It is only because if you go to any naukri.com or any job portal, then they ask minimum qualification. What they mention? Do they mention BE, BTech? No. Now they mention any graduate. If you have seen, yes or no? Why they are mentioning any graduate? Because now the corporates are giving preference to skills. If the candidate is skilled, they are ready to hire. In the same context, if your preparation is complete, you are scoring very well in the mock interviews, your responsibilities will be taken, your job responsibilities will be taken care by us. You don't have to worry about the resume preparation, group discussion, mock interviews, how to apply to the company and all. You don't have to worry, those all will be taken care by us. Now from past 6 to 7 months, there is specifically for PD, there were very less hirings in physical design, but still the companies are asking us to share the profiles. If there are less hirings, they won't be hiring as a direct physical design engineer, they will hire as a trainee engineer. And after 6 months, they will do a full-time employment. It's not like you will be working as a freelancer and all, but instead of hiring out intern, they hire you as a trainee engineer. Am I clear till here now? Yes. So I think the schedule has
Yes, sir.
already informed. I will just repeat it in short. For full week students, it will be a 6 days training. During the basics, it will be Monday to Saturday, 9:30 to 1:30, or it might be 2 to 5:30. When it comes to advanced part, there will be 4 days theory, sorry, 4 days labs, 2 days theory, where Friday will be off, Saturday, Sunday will be theory, and Monday to Thursday will be labs, where you will be getting the tool access. You have to attend the theory and the labs from all on a regular basis. There is no restriction that you have to attend, or you enroll for offline, you attend offline, you are enrolled for online, you attend. There is no restriction. But we will be coming, specifically I will be coming and I will be interacting with you in every after 15-20 days. I will be coming directly to ask the questions, because I'm the one and Mr. Srinivas, we both interact with the trainers, sorry, with the technical teams for the placements. So suppose there are 6 people sitting over here, and online also there are 10 people. I will ask the questions. Those who are responding, we will come to know that they are good performing. We will note the names and we will send. Talking about last week discussion, we discussed with AMD, the technical recruiter. He handles the entire recruitment across India. He told, send me some 5 good profiles. So whether the openings are there or not there, when we have the profiles, they are ready to hire. Am I clear? Any questions till now? Online students, any questions?
No, sir.
So my batch is starting from Wednesday. Those who have already enrolled for the course, for them we will have a orientation sessions tomorrow and day after tomorrow. But actual sessions, actual digital design module will start from Wednesday onwards. Initial 15 days it will be a digital design, and then you will be required for you to have to carry your laptops, where some tool related trainings will start. In digital scripting, we will be using ICC2 tool, where some small designs will be done, so that you get the expertise or the hands-on over the tools itself. Now, a simple question I will ask you: what is a memory? Sorry. Okay. Anything else? Online students.
Memory is a
Stores
element
that
which stores some data.
It's like sir, some digit like 0, 1, and where we will store our data.
Okay, fine. So, is it the same answer that you given in your Vivas also? What is a memory? It is a 1-bit storage element. It stores the data. Yes or no? Correct. See,
Yes.
here we want you to understand the things on a conceptual based, on a real-time application based. What is a memory? It is an array. Am I right or wrong? Memory is an array. It might be a 1 bit, it might be a 10 bit. Correct? There's an integer array. You might have heard this term, integer array, right? Now, can you give me a real life example of integer array? Yes. Your phone contact book, right? Contacts you are storing, na? There are two arrays where even you are saving your names, and one is numbers. Does it have negative numbers? Does it have negative numbers? No, but it is storing. They will give some memory size, but it is nothing but the list of numbers. This is what company's expectation is. See, you are sitting in front of interview at like analog devices, Micron and all. They will ask you what is memory. They wanted you to tell what is your understanding, or else if they want to and listen that this one bit storage elements, we can store the data and all. They can get the answers in ChatGPT. Do you think that they don't know this? They wanted to know what is your understanding. In the same way, when I come and I will ask the questions, I will be more focused on what is your understanding. Am I clear? Now, when we share the profiles, last things to add in this, when we share the profiles, will you directly go to the technical recruiter? Yes. Suppose the technical person told me that I have requirements. Okay. Then he asked me to share the profiles. But there is a process in his company. I will share the profile, 10 profiles. He will forward to the HR. HR will call you. Then what will be the first round? First round is the HR evaluation, right? Now, who is the HR? What is the profile of the HR? Is a technical candidate like BE, BTech, physical design, design verification. Yes. If I'm not wrong, HR might be a BCom or a MBA, HR, MBA. Yes. But why he or she takes the first round of interview? Because suppose if I am very good in technical, but I cannot open my mouth, is there any this one? Is there any chances that company will hire? Correct. Now, I'm not good in technical, but I'm very good in speaking. Communication, I'm very good. Will the company hire? But if I have 80% technical and 20% communication, will the company hire? Yes or no? 100% yes. Why? Because company is expecting at least a candidate should be able to represent them. And whether he is able to represent or not, for that reason, the HR ask you basic question, introduce yourself, what is your area of interest, and those to check the communication. We have seen people who are from Andhra or even Karnataka or from outside, especially from north side people, they are not able to explain themselves also. In my evaluation, they have scored 10 on 10, but still they are not able to explain. And in that result, HR takes not right fit for the job role, and they will reject. Do you want to get rejected by the HR? The problem is not that you got rejected. The problem is non-technical person has rejected a technical person. Yes or no? You all are a technical persons, right? So a non-technical person rejecting a technical person, that is the problem. So for that reason, we are not expecting you to go as all aptitude and all. We have our in-house faculties who has 15 plus years experience into soft skill. He will be conducting group discussions. He will be conducting mock interviews. Sorry, group discussions. He will be conducting soft skill training sessions. I want you to attend it on a regular basis. So this is how we make sure that you are ready fit for the job opportunities from the technical perspective as well as from the soft skill perspective also. One more thing, just I won't extend much, but when I say it is a 1.5 year experience depth training we are covering, you don't have to read a single question outside from the internet resource also. Whatever assignments we are having, whatever the modules we are covering, that is self-sufficient. You have to do, see, if you come and tell me that, sir, I'm very well prepared, I want to sit for interview. My next question is, how many assignments you have completed? If someone says that I'm completed 90% assignments, I know he can clear the interview 90%. Why? Because the assignments are nothing but the interview questions asked by the companies or by the technical. So assignments are the topmost priority you have to complete. I will not go and check like, have you completed assignment? Yes sir, show me the book. No. Here itself I will open the assignment and I will ask, okay, show me what logic you have implemented. That's how I will evaluate. Am I clear? Sure. So I have taken more than enough time of you. Any questions? Yes. Online
Sir,
students.
one last question. Sir, one last question from my side. Sir, I am 2013 pass out. I have around 6 years of experience in L&T as a electrical maintenance engineer and a design engineer. Hello.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yes. Sir, what will be the opportunity for me after this course? What I will
Sure.
do, how I will apply, how I will prepare myself. Will I put some experience, sir?
Okay. So see,
Yeah.
one statement for all of you is, I'm not bothered of your pass out year or anything. Companies are hiring even 2011 pass outs also. Okay. But it
Okay.
depends on what profile you are having. See, you are having 12 years experience and you are withdrawing the package of 18 lakhs. And if you are expecting that I'm doing this course but I should get the same package, no, that is not possible, because what knowledge you are getting, a 24 pass out year candidate is also sitting and he is also getting. So if the knowledge is same, why they will give you 18 lakhs? They will have three candidates like the 2024 pass out with the 4 lakhs package. So the expectation should be realistic. So now I am sharing my contact number. When it comes to specific requirements, that how will I apply, will I get any job opportunities and not, you can reach out to me on the number I have mentioned there. One to one I can solve. Online students, please wait for 5 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Hello. Yeah, online students, please put your queries in the chat box.
Yes.
So as I said, please reach out to me on the contact number that I have shared. I will I will understand your profile, and based on that I will provide you the details. Next batch after this 29 June will be in first week of August.
Sir, regular class will be start from Wednesday, na?
Regular start is starting from Wednesday. Next batch. The question is next batch when the start. The batch
No,
that
no. In this batch, I will join. I will enroll in this batch only.
this batch
Uh,
is starting from first of July. That is Wednesday.
okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah. So that's all for this demo session. As I told, I have shared my contact number. If there are any questions, please let me know. Yeah, thank you for giving your time. We will share you these recordings also.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We will end the session here.
Thank you, sir.